voor dat 'n persoon nie leens in God se naam.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Are you aware that it is not permissible to lie to God?
Weet u dat is nie reg om aan by God te leens vertel nie?
Ik weet daarvan.
I know about that.
Are you aware that there are consequences if you lie in the name of God?
Weet u dat is nagevolge as u persoon lieg vir God?
Ik weet daarvan.
I know that.
Thank you, Ms. Lombard. Ms. Lombard, I'll take you back to where I stopped yesterday.
Maar juffrou gaan vir u net terugvat waar ons gister gestop het.
That's correct.
That's correct.
I stopped there at the time you were standing at the corner of Kelly's house.
Ek het gestop waar u op die hoek van Kelly se huis gestaan het.
That's correct.
That's correct.
When you were standing at that corner, my client didn't witness that.
Die
Is
tyd
that correct?
die tyd wat u by daai hoek gestaan het, my kliënt het dit nie gesien nie. Is dit korrek so?
That's correct, nee.
Kan u weer sê?
That's not correct, nee.
That's not correct.
What do you mean it's not correct?
Wat bedoel u dit is nie korrek nie?
Ik kan niet staan, dus zet je nog maar staan.
When I was standing at Kelly's house, Stephanie was not there.
That's the point I'm putting to you.
Dit is wat ek sê, mevrou.
Ik verstaan.
I understand.
I'll use simple grammar. When you were standing at the corner, my client didn't see you. Is that correct?
Die tyd wat u by die hoek staan, my kliënt het nie vir u gesien nie.
Hij was niet daar geweest, nee.
He was not there.
Yes. When Kelly, as you said before this court, when Kelly got out of the house, my client was not there and he didn't see you.
As jy gesê Kelly het by die huis toe gegaan en my u sê was daar gewees by Kelly se huis en my kliënt sê hy het nie vir u gesien nie.
Hij was daar geweest.
He was there.
Okay. Let me rephrase my question. You testify that at some point, Kelly got out of her place with Joshlin. Is that correct?
U het getuig op 'n sekere tyd dat Kelly het die huis uitgegaan en met Joshlin. Is dit korrek?
That's correct.
That's correct.
What I'm putting it to you is that my client was not there. My client didn't witness that. When I say he didn't witness that, he didn't see Kelly getting out of the house with Joshlin.
My kliënt sê dat my kliënt was nie daar nie. U sê moes nou getuig dat Kelly het die huis gegaan en Kelly het met Joshlin geloop, nee. Nou my kliënt sê dat hy was nie daar nie, dit het dit gesien en weet nie van dit nie.
Hij was daar geweest.
He was there.
Maybe you are mistaking the events. I am not yet where you said you saw him. I am where you said you saw Kelly and Joshlin getting out of the house.
Ek is nog nie by die punt waar u sê dat u het hom gesien nie. U het hom gesien nie. Ek is by die punt waar Kelly het uit die huis uitgegaan met Joshlin. Ek is by daai punt.
That's correct.
That's correct?
I'm putting to you that at that moment, my client was not there. My client didn't see Kelly getting out of the house with Joshlin.
Ek stel dit aan u dat of ek sê vir u dat my kliënt was daar nie en hy het dit gesien nie. Die tyd wat Kelly met Joshlin in die huis uitstap.
Hij heeft buitenkant gestaan.
He was standing outside.
In your evidence in chief,
En u se getuienis in hoop, die tyd wat die aanklaer vir u vrae gevra het,
you only saw my client when you went back to Kelly's house for the second time.
en u se getuienis in hoop, u het net my kliënt gesien, die tyd wat u weer terug gaan na Kelly's huis toe.
Hy was vroeger was hy daar gewees en toe het hy nie na Kelly sy span toe as hy weer daar so.
He was earlier there when I was there, and when I went back to Kelly's house, he was there again.
Let us go back to your evidence in chief.
Laat ons teruggaan na u se getuienis in hoop, die tyd wat die aanklaer vir u gevra het.
In your evidence in chief, after you cooked the food for your kids and for Ayanda, this was after 1 p.m. You went to Kelly's place.
U het na Kelly se woning toe gegaan.
You stood at the corner and you listened to the conversation that was inside the house.
U het by die hoek gestaan en afgeluister aan die geselskap oor die gesprek wat in hulle gebeur het.
After listening what you listened to, Kelly got out of the house with Joshlin.
Nadat u geluister of afgeluister het aan wat gebeur het, Kelly het uit die huis gestap met Joshlin.
He walked across the canal.
Sy het oor die kanaal geloop.
You took the direction to your house, but you stood at the rocks where you hid.
U het rigting geloop na u se woning toe en u by die rotte gestaan waar u vir self weggesteek het.
You watched Kelly going towards the gravel area that is opposite the car wash.
U het vir Kelly toegehou die tyd wat sy geloop het in die gravelpad op die groep gravelpad wat na die kawasser kant toe.
You saw a white polo.
U het 'n wit polo gesien
This white polo pant,
waar die wit polo gestaan het.
it parked opposite the car wash or closer to the car wash, but on the gravel area.
Hierdie voertuig het geparkeer by die kawas of oorkant die kawas en die gravelpad.
A black woman alighted from the left front side of the polo.
So 'n vrou het uit die kar uitgeklim op die linkerkant van die passasierse kant van die voorkant van die voertuig.
She approached Kelly
Sy het vir Kelly genader.
and you noticed that she gave something to Kelly.
U het opgelet dat sy iets vir Kelly gegee het.
You noticed that Kelly put this something in front of her pants.
En u het opgelet dat Kelly sit hierdie iets aan die voorkant van haar broek.
They went back to their house.
Hulle het teruggegaan na hulle huis toe.
You went to your house.
U het na u huis toe gegaan.
You came back again.
U het weer teruggekom.
You went to the corner, you listened again.
U het by die hoek gegaan en weer daar gestaan en afgeluister.
Your evidence is that after you listened that there was a price of 20,000, you went around the house up until the front door.
En u het gesê, toe u hoor dat die prys van 20,000 rand nee, u het omgegaan tot by die voordeur.
While at the front door, that's when now you saw my client.
En by die voordeur, dit is wanneer u my kliënt gesien het.
This is how I listened to your evidence in chief.
Dit is hoe ek u se getuienis in hoof gehoor het en geluister het.
In your evidence in chief, you saw my client the second time you went to Kelly's place, not on the first time. When I say second and first, I'm referring to what you've seen.
As ek u verwys na die eerste keer en die tweede keer, nee, ek verwys na u gesien het. U het vir hom gesien die tweede keer wat u daar gaan.
Am I correct?
As ek korrek?
That's correct.
That's correct.
If what I've just told you now is correct, it would mean what you've just said is not correct.
As ek wat ek u nou vir u sê, as dit korrek is, nee, dit beteken wat u nou voorgesê het, dit is nie korrek nie.
That's correct.
That's correct.
I followed when Mr. Kadai was going through the evidence in chief. And when this argument went on between Kelly and good Nilo is
Die tyd was 'n strydery gebeur het tussen Kelly en Boeta. Nilo was daar.
That's correct.
That's correct.
and the first time Stavino is mentioned when you came around and he was standing at the door.
En die eerste keer was Stevino se naam genoem was op die tyd wat u omgekom het en hy was by die deur.
That's correct.
That's correct.
But by then, Kelly had already gone across to the polo.
Maar op daai stadium en by daai stadium Kelly het al reeds by die polo teruggegaan en weer teruggekom.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now Mr. Bai puts it to you. So he wasn't there when Kelly went to the polo.
Can you please repeat that, my lord?
So Stavino was not there when Kelly went to the polo.
But die procureur says that die tyd wat Kelly na die polo toe gegaan het, Stevino was daar nie.
That's correct.
That's correct.
You agree with the court now that when Kelly went with Joshlin to the polo, my client was not there.
So instead nou dat die tyd was Stevino, ja maar die tyd wat Kelly na die polo toe gegaan het, Stevino was nie daar nie.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Just a moment. I just noticed that Mr. Blower is arrived. So in the event that you're struggling with your voice, so we can find a place where you can swap.
My lord, I think if it's better now to swap because the more I speak it goes and goes. So
Mr. Blower, can you just leave Mr. Blower to raise the voice? She is struggling this morning. Please.
thank you, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. Ms. Lombard, so that you don't get confused, I will start my cross-submission again from the first question.
Sodat ons sien deur mekaar waar die gaan weer van begin af begin. Ek gaan weer van begin af begin.
When you stood at the corner of Kelly's house,
Toe u by die hoek van Kelly se huis staan,
my client didn't see you
my klein het nie vir u gesien nie.
because he was not there.
Want hy was nie daar gewees nie.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg so?
That's correct, my lord.
When Kelly went out of the house with Joshlin, my client didn't see you. My client didn't see Kelly going out with Joshlin because he was not there.
Toe Kelly met Joshlin uitgaan, het my klein nie vir hulle gesien nie, want hy was nie daar gewees nie. Hy het nie vir Joshlin gesien nie, ook vir Kelly gesien nie.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg so?
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you. When Kelly was walking across the canal, my client didn't see that because my client was not there.
Toe Kelly oor die kanaal stap, my klein het nie gesien nie, want hy was nie daar gewees nie. Is dit reg so?
I just want to say that Kelly, I told her to have everyone to tell her.
Is the time when she went to the polo or when she came back?
No, the time he was still going to the polo.
Na die polo toe. My klein het nie vir gesien nie, want hy was nie daar gewees nie.
My client didn't see that because he was not there. Is that correct?
Is dit reg so?
Hy was daar gewees.
He was there.
When you went to hide in the house, my client was not there and my client didn't see you. Is that correct?
Het my klein toe van my gesien, nie gesien nie, want hy was nie daar gewees nie.
Ek weet nie of hy daar gewees nie, want ek het ons het dan ook al Kelly sê, op Kelly dokter.
Can you repeat that again?
Ik weet niet of het jij dit maar ik had kennis dat kan op de
I don't know whether I didn't see him there because it was at the time when I came back to watch Kelly.
I'm putting it to you that he didn't see you hiding in the box.
Except for ik heb gezien waar je weggekreeg met de rotsen.
Ik weet niet wat het daar.
I stood at the rocks.
Whether you were standing, I'm putting it to you, he didn't see you because he was not there.
Maar geen verschil heeft of gestaan of weggedrukt met ik heb gezien.
Ik heb daar gestaan.
I was standing there.
My Lord, I don't think the witness is understanding my question. And I want her to understand my questions so that she can answer correctly.
Well, let me try again. Because when I asked the witness earlier, it was apparent that she only saw him when she went to the door. That's why I said, you've made the point, let's move on.
When you saw the polo, my client didn't see this polo of sin because he was not there.
Jullie polo wat je gezien, die kleine het die polo gezien, en die was daar geweest.
Is that correct?
Correct?
That's correct, my lord.
If now my client didn't witness all that you have witnessed, why he was going to be paid?
As my cliënt nie gezien het, nie gezien, waarom zou je dan betaald worden?
Van hij was het tijd daar geweest, van een gesprek geweest.
He was there during this arrangement, us talking.
In die tijd wat Kelly voor daar gezegd heeft van die zich gehaald.
And the time when Kelly said to put her, here's the money.
I'm going there. I'm going there. I'm just asking you regarding this piece of evidence. You have witnessed a lot. You have done a lot which my client didn't witness or didn't do.
Yes.
This piece of evidence. Why he has to be paid?
Je hebt een paar goederen voor opgezet wat je gezien hebt, wat je gehoord hebt. Mijn cliënt heeft er daar kennis daarvan. Kom zodat zo je dan betaald wordt daarvoor.
Hij was daar geweest.
He was there.
Why he was going to be paid more than you were paid?
Kom zo je meer betaald wordt als ik.
Ik weet het.
I don't know.
It doesn't make sense.
Het maakt zin.
You've been seeing things, you've been following things, you've been hearing things which he didn't hear, which he didn't do. Why now he is overpaid?
Je hebt goederen gezien, je hebt goederen waargenomen, je hebt van goederen gehoord. Hij heeft het gedaan, maar kom gaan meer geld krijgen.
Do you have a comment?
En dan commentaar.
Zoals ik gezegd, hij was daar geweest aan die gesprek in die tijd wat Kelly van Boetara zei, die is tegen jou die Sangoma regeren. Toen was hij al reeds daar geweest.
As I said, my Lord, he was present when Kelly said to put the money from Sangoma, and during this conversation he was there.
En die deur was oop geweest, hij het bij die deur gezet buitenkant.
The door was open, he was sitting at the door on the outside.
I'm still going there. Now you came back from watching Kelly.
Je kon nu terug van daar voor Kelly gaan dobbelwood.
When Sergeant Commerce testified
Toen Sergeant Commerce getuigenis voor opgeleid.
about Sitsi,
Van-
I got confused of the man and of the streets of Sitsi.
Toen hij getuigd heeft, heb ik het door elkaar gehad met die echtkaart in de straten van Sitsi.
And as a result, during the break, I discussed the possibility of inspection and local with my colleague, Mr. Ramsey.
Hier in gebreken dat ik moet ik gepraat met de armste dat ze weer gaan bezoek, inspectie.
Coincidentally, when the court resumed on that day, the issue of an inspection law was raised.
Toe ons daarvoor gepraat het, die punt van die inspecties op, dit wordt het opgebring.
We attended the inspection law,
As dit daarheen,
measurements were taken of the interesting points.
afstand tussen verskillende goeie, interessante plekke was gevat, was geneem.
One of the measurements that were taken is the distance from the rocks to the gravel road,
Afstand wat geneem was is van die rotse tot by die grondpad,
or to the Rhineland wilderness.
So that's the tar road. That's Middelpost Rijland. That's the tar road.
The tar road, after the gravel road, the tar road between the gravel area
Yeah.
and the house.
Yeah. That's Middelpost Rijland.
Now, my colleague has asked you to describe this woman you saw alighting from this pole.
U was gevra om hierdie dame te verduidelik wat van die polo afgeklim het, uitgeklim het.
And you described this woman
U het 'n beskrywing van hierdie vrou gegee,
as a black woman
as 'n swart vrou,
who had white dots on her face.
met sulke wit sprikkeltjies in haar gesig.
You demonstrated before this court where these dots were on the face of this woman.
U het dan ook gewys waar hierdie sprikkels sou wees in op die vrou se gesig.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg so?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
In your description,
In die beskrywing
you further mentioned that this woman was wearing a band on her forehead
u het verder gesê sy het 'n band op haar voorkop gehad
That's correct.
and was having a headgear on top of her head.
en 'n doek op haar kop gehad.
That's correct.
In describing her clothing, you said she was wearing a green dress or a green top. You can correct me on that.
Toe u beskryf van die kleredrag het gesê was 'n groen rok of 'n sekere
Was it a green dress or a green top?
was dit 'n groen lap geweest of was dit 'n groen rok geweest?
There was a blouse in a skirt.
Blouse en 'n skirt. 'n Blouse en 'n skirt.
And you showed this court that that blouse was having short sleeves.
U het dan ook gewys dat hierdie kort mou gehad het in die blouse.
That's correct.
Yes.
From where you were standing,
Van waar u gestaan het.
can you see the white dots on the face of this woman
Kon u die wit sprikkels op die vrou se gesig sien?
in a distance of the measurements from the rocks as per exhibit S, page
It's on the page key that gave us 91.
If my learning colleague can, thank you, my lord. If my learning colleague can help and finish the witness.
You can just look at it.
Okay,
It's right here in front of you.
okay. Was it possible for you
Was dit moontlik vir u
to see the dots, white dots, on the face of this woman
die wit sprikkeltjies te sien op die gesig van hierdie vrou
in a distance
in 'n afstand van
91.8 meters?
9.18 meter.
Ik kan gezien het,
Ek kon sien.
How?
want ik heb bij die rotsklippen gestaan en gekeken.
Because I was standing at the rocks and looking.
91.8 distance, 0.8 meters. It's a long distance.
91.8.
Ik heb het zo ver van de laf gestaan nie.
Wasn't it that they're far from them?
And we've been in Tsitsi, we've been to the rocks and to the gravel road. If we are standing at the rocks and you look at someone at the gravel road, you cannot be in a position to see the things you see.
As 'n persoon byvoorbeeld sou staan waar u was, by die rotse, tot en waar die grondpad is, is dit onmoontlik vir 'n persoon om te sien wat u gesê het gesien.
Especially the dots, white dots
Vernaam die witsprekkeltjies
on somebody's face.
in 'n persoon se gesig.
Soos ek vir u gesê het, ek het nie te ver van de laf gestaan nie.
As I said to you, I wasn't standing that far from them.
Ms. Longman, can you see the doors at the back?
Kan u die deure sien aan die agter?
Dis correct, my lord.
That can be 15.
If somebody would stand at the door,
As 'n persoon byvoorbeeld by die deur sal staan,
do you think you'd be able to see the white dots on the person's face?
dink u kan 'n persoon witsprekkeltjies op 'n persoon se gesig sien? Van die waar is dit tot waar die deur is uit hof.
Dit hang mos nou af of het donker is of het nou lig is, meneer.
No, but if it's like outside, if you go outside.
Okay.
I'm just giving you that distance.
Gee eers die afstand eerste.
Nee, my lord.
Now, if I tell you that I counted the panels on my right,
As ek vir u moet sê dat die panels aan die regterkant getel,
and I would guess 6 meters might even be less per panel.
ek sal skat 6 meter per panel sal te min wees.
And there are 8 panels.
En is 8 panels.
That would give you 48 meters.
Dit gee 48 meter.
So the distance that this woman was away from you is almost double that.
As ons nou kyk na hierdie afstand wat u van praat en die grootte van hierdie saal, as dit dubbel die lang afstand.
Even say that almost
Amper dubbel.
double would be 96.
Amper dubbel. Dis maar net my skatting.
So if you can't see from here to the door, how could you see from almost double the distance?
As u nie kon mooi sien van waar u sit op die deur, hoe moontlik wat is vir dubbel die afstand, plus minus min of meer dubbel die afstand, hoe moontlik is dit dat u dit kon sien?
Ik kan het nie. Ik kan nie sien nie.
Die hobbel weet, aangezien u het ons gesê die witsprekels gesien, as dit witsprekels is
Dis-
nou, die hof maak vir 'n voorbeeld, hierdie hofsaal, maar is moontlik dubbel die afstand wat u gesê het u het wel gesien. As u nie kan sien tot by die deur, moet dit moontlik op dat u hy daar kon sien, die sprekels in die vrou se gesig.
Soos ek gesê het, meneer, ek het nie ver van die rotsklip afgestaan vir Kelly dop te hou nie.
As I said, my lord, I didn't stand far from the rocks to watch Kelly.
So maybe I will just put you in the picture. You know where your house was?
Van waar u is.
Dis correct, my lord.
There's that passageway behind your house towards where Kelly's house.
As die gang agter u is na Kelly se huis toe.
Dis correct.
And if one walk down that passage, you get the bluish house.
As mense en hy bykie loop, het kyk so blauwige huis,
Dis correct, my lord.
And then you get the rocks.
dan kon ons nou die rotse.
Dis correct.
Those rocks are the rocks that you say you stood by.
Die rotse waar u sê u het mee gestaan.
Dis correct.
I stood at those rocks.
Of het daar gestaan,
And then we asked
Police officer was toch gevraagd
to measure
om
that spot their understanding to the
dat hij moet afmeten van waar ons gestaan is bij de rotsen tot bij die pad.
so you would get the canal,
Dus het kanaal, dan is het die grondpad gedeelte, dan is het, dat is het kruis die gepeteerde pad, Middelpost Rijlaan.
Dat is correct, my lord.
and the other side of that road, that's where Ayanda's car wash.
Andere kant van Middelpost Rijlaan was waar Ayanda's car wash was.
Dat is correct, my lord.
And that's from where you saw the woman at the white pole with the dots on her face.
Dat is van waar die persoon gezien het in die polo met die bloedsprekjes op haar gezicht.
Dat is correct.
And you said that it wasn't too far.
Je zei dat was te ver.
Dat is correct.
Thank you, my lord. The court has just made an example of the court officer who's standing at the main entrance door. Court asked you whether you can see the dots from that face, and you said no.
No, I didn't refer to the face. I said if somebody stood there. Because there's nobody standing there.
That time there was a police officer.
There was a police officer on the other side of the glass door.
Thank you, my lord. And then the court asked you
Je wordt voor je gevraagd,
if someone can stand
als bijvoorbeeld de persoon zou staan
on that direction, pointing to the entrance door of the hall.
naar de ingang van die zaal,
Could you be in a position to notice the dots on the face?
zal u de sprekkeltjes op het gezicht kan zien.
Nee, my lord.
Nou,
You cannot be in a position to notice the dots.
je kan niet sprekkeltjes opletten. Je kan niet de sprekkeltjes opletten of zien.
Is that correct?
Dat is recht zo.
Dat is correct.
The distance that we are making an example is shorter than the distance from the rocks to the gravel road that is opposite Ayanda's college. Is that correct?
De afstand, can you repeat that again?
The distance from the bench to the main door of this hall, it is shorter than the distance from the rocks to the gravel area where this polo was standing.
De afstand van hierdie hof is korter as die afstand van die rots af na waar die polo so gestaan het. Die zelfs afstand is korter as ons so vergelijk met die afstand waar die polo gestaan het en waar die rots is.
Is that correct?
Is het recht zo?
Soos ik kan niet zeggen dat is correct, want zoals ik van mevrouw gezegd heb, ik heb niet te veel van Kelly afgestaan. Ik kan gezien dat die vrouw meent.
I can't say to you that's correct, as I said to you, I wasn't standing far from them, I could see this woman.
That is not what I want to hear from you. You must listen to my question.
Luister aan mijn
Not
vraag.
understand the question. You must tell the court. Assist you.
Als u mijn vraag niet verstaan, dan kan u voor de hof zeggen dat de hof u kan helpen.
You've just agreed now
U hebt nog net ingestemd.
that if someone can stand
Als bijvoorbeeld de persoon zou staan
at the entrance door
in de ingang van de zaal,
of
de deur,
this hall, you cannot notice the dots,
u zal niet,
keys or on the face.
u zal niet een persoon sprekkeltjes op persoon zich zien.
Now my follow-up question is that
Dan meer de volgende vraag is,
if you agree on a shorter distance than this,
als u nu samenstemmen in zo'n kort afstand,
it would mean you could not have noticed the white dots on the face of this woman in a distance from the rocks to the gravel area that is opposite Ayanda's garage. That is my question to you.
As u sou sê, ik kan nie persoon sien van waar u sit tot by die ingang nie. Dat het onmoontlik dat u so gesien het in 'n afstand van waar die rots is tot by die grondpad waar Ayanda se garage was. Dis onmoontlik dat u die sprekkelskies kon so gesien het.
My lord, soos ek gesê het, ek het nie ver van die rots af gestaan om vir Kelly op te hou nie. Ek het nie te ver gestaan. Ek kon gesien dat die vrou met die dotseltjies op haar gesig.
As I said, my lord, I didn't stand too far. I was standing where I could see the lady with the dots on her face.
You're not going to confuse us. That was not your evidence before this court that you're not too far. Your evidence before this court is that you stood at the rocks.
U het getuienis gewees dat u nie te ver gestaan het nie. U het vir die hof gesê u het by die rotse gestaan.
That's correct.
That's correct.
I'm putting to you that
Ek stel het aan u,
you were standing at the rocks,
as u by die rotse so gestaan het,
watching someone
kyk na iemand dophou
at the gravel area that is opposite Ayanda's garage.
by die grondarea oorkant van Ayanda se garage.
You could not have noticed white dots on her face.
U kon nie wit prikkeltjies op die persoon se gesig sien nie.
Ek het die dotsels gesien.
I saw them, the dots.
Were you using binoculars?
Het u verkykers gebruik?
Nee, my lord.
You've covered that. Let's move on.
I further put to you that
Stel het verder aan u,
from the distance of 91.8 meters,
in 'n afstand van 91.8 meter,
you could not have noticed
u sou nie kon oplet
a belt worn by this woman.
die band wat so gedra was deur die vrou nie.
Ek kon gesien het.
I could see.
I further put to you that
Stel het verder aan u,
in that distance
in daardie afstand
of 91.8 meters,
van 91.8 meter,
you could not have noticed
u sou nie kon oplet
that the same woman
dat hierdie vrou
was having a headgear on her head,
dat sy doek op haar kop gehad het.
Ek kan gesien het.
I could see,
because if you could not see someone who's standing in this distance from you to the entrance of this hall, if you cannot see the dots on the face of that person, common cause, you cannot see in a longer distance.
as u byvoorbeeld nie 'n persoon se gesig kan sien of die persoon spreekers op die gesig het nie, in die afstand van hierdie saal, is dit onmoontlik dat u in daardie afstand van 91.8 meter die spreekers op die persoon se gesig gesien het.
May I, in all fairness to the witness, just ask, the witness has never seen the photographs of this inspection in loco. In other words, Exhibit S. I hear what the cross-examination has revealed. Her answer continuously is, it wasn't that far. I wasn't standing at that far distance. Is it possible that she could perhaps show which rocks, if she can? I'm just asking.
You can see the rocks on Exhibit S if you can pass it to the witness. Photo 12. And there you can see the blue structure that I referred to earlier. That's first just to identify the rocks. If somebody can show it. Can you see, Ms. Lombard, photo
Kan u de rotsen
12?
zien? Of plat of foto
There's
12?
the blue structure and there are the
Blue
rocks.
structuur.
That's correct, my lord.
And those are the rocks you're talking
Is dit
about.
die rotsen wat u van praat?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
You turn to photo 19 and photo 20.
19 en 20.
Are those the rocks?
Is dit die rotsen?
Aan die ander kant, meneer, daar is nog rotsen in die, bij foto uit 19 is daar nog rotsen aan die andere kant van die hoek. Aan de achterkant van die blauwe hoekie.
Oh, behind the blue structure.
That's correct, my lord.
There are other rocks behind the blue structure, my lord, as witness says. Witness pointed at photo number 19, using a right hand as like on that side, at the best, other side of this blue structure.
Okay, so we're talking about different rocks then.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis van verskillende rotse.
Just a moment. Can you, whilst we at the photographs, let's turn to photo 15 and 16.
15, 16. Wow.
Whose house is that?
He says it's a D.
A Sayanda says,
I know that. Just wanted you to confirm it.
okay.
So, photo 14, that's the back of Ayanda's house.
Foto 14 is die agterkant van Ayanda's huis.
Is it the back of Ayanda's
Is
house?
dit die agterkant van Ayanda's huis?
That's correct, my lord.
Good. So if the rocks that you are now referring to, that's not close to Kelly's house then?
Die rotse wat u van opmelding gemaak het, dis nie naby Kelly se huis nie, is dit?
Dat is so nabij huis, meneer.
Not that close, my lord.
Tussen die Blue House in die paadje.
Between the blue house and this path,
Aan die achterkant van die blauwe huis.
at the back of this blue house,
You can turn to photographs 60. I'm just trying to see whether the witness can show us where the rocks are that she's referring to. Photograph number 60.
60.
60. We walking there.
Hier stap ons, soos ons sê.
So that we now on our way out towards the gravel patch because that's where we parked.
Ons is nou op pad van waar die karre geparkeer het na die grondgedeelte.
You can see rocks to your left,
Kan rotse sien op die linkerkant.
then photograph 60 and 63 seems to be duplicates.
60 en 63 lijkt op dieselfde is.
And 62 and 64
62 en 64.
Seems to be duplicates.
Voorkomen ze dezelfde foto's.
So if you look at 62 for us,
Als we dan kijken naar foto nummer 62,
there we're walking on the opposite side of the canal.
daar staan mensen aan de voorkant van de kanaal.
No, it didn't say mensen.
Ons, stap ons.
Because you can see Ms. Nkabai in the picture.
Je kan misschien kan bij een print zien.
Do you understand that place that I'm talking about?
Verstaan jullie de plek wat ik nu van praat?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes.
And you can see rocks to the left side of the photograph.
Je kan wat ze zien op de linkerkant van die foto.
Dat is correct.
And where you see the police vehicles,
Waar jullie politievoertuigen zien.
Dat is correct.
that's the gravel patch.
Het is die grondgedeelte.
En die kant waar die mensen beweeg, die kant was ook nog grondgedeelte. Daar had hij gebouw van die plaat, van die hok.
Yeah.
Also on the place where the people are working on it, that's also the gravel patch.
And the car wash is on the opposite side from where the police vehicles are.
Die car was aan de oorgestelde pad kan staan van waar de voertuigen staan.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Could you maybe, with reference to these photographs that I've shown you, indicate whether one can see the spot where you stood at or close to the rocks?
Kan ik mondelijk van de verwijs waar u mondelijk zou staan als u vergelijkt met de foto's waar dat u geweest en naar de rond zou worden?
On any of the photographs, it's
Op enige
possible.
van die foto's wat u zo gestaan is.
That's the witness indicates on photograph 62, she made a red indication on the copy of the exhibit that was shown to her. I've marked the exhibit S with a green dot, and I made a note, stood here, passing the exhibit around. Right, did everybody see that? Full counsel? For the state as well? So now we know that's the spot where you say you stood.
Die merk wat enige gebeurd is waar no wat trouwens kennis en plek die waar die sê verstaan.
That's correct, my lord.
That's not on the route from your house to Kelly's house.
Dit is nie in die pad op pad na van hier af na Kelly sê.
Dat is in die middel.
It's in the middle.
Dat is in die middelste kant.
Like in the middle.
Remember I showed you earlier on
En dat die vorige wys
photographs that indicate the path.
fotograwe waar
Kelly's
die paadjie so wys wat na Kelly sê is.
That's 19, inter alia is at 19. But it's clear on photograph 12.
Dis duideliker op fotograaf nummer 12.
That's the path leading to Kelly's house from your house.
Dis die paadjie na Kelly sê is toe vanaf die wys.
That's correct, my lord.
Confirms.
The point that you showed us is not on that path.
Punt wat u ons gewys het, is nie hy paadjie.
Soos ek nou kan verduidelik van meneer is, ek gaan soos die video achterom loop, daar is een pad. Ek kom gewys het die merkie, ek kom ek daar uit. Sy kan vir my gesien het, ek kon vir haar gesien het, my lord.
As I said, my lord, as I was walking behind this house where I make the mark as well, I walked up through there, and then I would come out this where I went to. I made the mark. She could not see me, I could only see her alone.
So can you maybe show us, if it's possible, on photograph number 12, how you got to that spot?
Kan u moontlik op fotograaf nummer 12 wat jou wys wat die tot die plek het gekom.
Ek het hier ons nog geloof.
Dat is net op. Fotograaf nummer 12 kan u verder op. Die moet geroep. Waar is so gekom?
I thought the witness was at photograph number 12. I thought the witness was at photograph number 12. Why are you paging through the exhibit now?
Ek sê aan het staan. Ek het so important.
That's not the correct album. The one that's on the screen is not the correct album.
I'm sorry, we don't have it electronically. It was the inspection and light photographs that was
Yeah.
only given to us.
Let us use the exhibit, but I'm not sure. I took the witness to photograph number 12. The witness looked at the path, which I thought was the same photograph. But when the police officer came, they were paging through the exhibits. So was she looking at the correct photograph?
She was now on photograph number 12, my lord. She was now on photograph number 12.
No, but why did they have to page through the exhibit?
I wouldn't know which photo she was initially.
When I asked her, was the witness looking at the correct photograph?
Toe hoef ek vra, ek het die regte foto gekyk.
By foto 12.
Foto 12.
Ik was weer foto 12 geweest toen meneer, de policeman het gevat en weer geblij.
Okay. I can see, no. The witness indicates with a red X. I marked it on my copy with a green X. that you went through there. It's at the corner of the blue structure.
Je hebt een merk gemaakt op pot nummer 12, waar u zo hier omgestapt hebt.
Can I just check? Did you stand there at that spot, or did you go past that blue house?
Het u aan het reispot gestaan of heeft u voorbij die blauwe structuur gelopen?
Ik heb om die blauwe hokje ik omgestapt.
I went around this blue structure, my lord. I walked around the blue structure.
Can you go to photograph number 20?
Fotograaf nummer 20. I am on photo number 20, my lord.
There's a photograph of the rocks. I missed it earlier. Taken from a different angle,
Dis nou die rotse soos hulle hom nou van 'n ander kant sien.
where one can see that side of the blue structure, where she made the cross.
Waar 'n persoon ook kan sien in die agterkant van die blauwe structuur waar die kruising gemaak het.
There's a policeman standing there,
As 'n polisieman daar staan,
and there's a photographer with video camera or something
persoon wat 'n fotograaf wat
that found his way into the official exhibits. Can you see that?
Kan u dit sien?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes.
Can you maybe on that photograph indicate to us, now that you say you walked on the side of that building to the back of it, whether you can see the spot?
Kan u nou by hierdie foto uitwys, soos u gesê het u daarom gestap, waar die spot is.
She's marking right next to the policeman standing with his right arm on his hip, which I again will mark with a green cross on photograph number 20. Yes. Right, now that we're all orientated as to where the witness is, she stood. Ms. Nkabai, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lord. I will start with photo number 62.
Ons gaan begin, ek gaan begin by foto nummer 62.
I'll go to your pointer there.
Waar u die punt gemaak het.
Tell me, where is your house in relation to where you've pointed?
Waar is die huis in vergelijking met die punt wat u gemaakt het?
My huis is in die voorkant van die rotse.
My house is in the front part of the rocks.
To the left or to the right of the mark that you made?
Aan die linkerkant of rechterkant van die merkie wat u gemaakt het.
Kan meneer of my
Van
weer?
die merkie wat u gemaakt het, so u is de rechterkant of de linkerkant zitten.
Your house, is it to the left or to the right of the mark that you made?
Die merk wat u gemaakt het, so u is aan de rechterkant wees of de linkerkant. Kijk naar die merkie.
Aan die rechterkant, my lord.
On the right hand side, my lord.
As you look at the photograph,
Soos kyk na die foto.
Nee, my lord, aan die linkerkant, sorry, my lord.
No, on the left hand side, sorry, my lord.
So you don't know where your house is in relation to what you've pointed?
So u weet nie waar u is as in verband dat u nooit gewys het.
My lord, did the witness not just say it's to the left of the mark that she pointed out?
Ms. Nkabai, Remember she said to the right, and I can see on the photograph. That's why I asked her, as you look at the photograph, because I'm not sure how the orientation is of the album in the witness stand, because I can't see it. And it's clear from the photograph itself. To the right of those rocks, you have the canal, if one can call it a canal, and then the gravel patch. And we know her house is to the left. So I was certain she was confused. Let's get to the point. It's not going to help us to be confusing. The place where you stood would now be closer to the gravel patch than what we thought from where we stood on this marking.
Volgens die merking sal die plek waar is gestaan het nadere sou wees van wat ons aangeneem het, waar u gestaan het.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
But it would only be the width of the blue house. It would only be the distance from the front of the blue house to the back of the blue house, that it will be shorter to the gravel patch and the road.
Hierdie pijpie tussen die lengte van die voor en agter die blauw is, sal korter wees na die grondpad.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So maybe I was there, I have a good idea of the size of that structure in my mind, because it wasn't measured. But if you look at the panels across the way, where you are, you can see the white vertical pillars, and you can see the brickwork in between. Can you give us an idea of the size of that blue house, the side of it, just by referencing the panels?
As jy kyk na die panels waar daar die witpalers met die stene, kan jy moontlik die lengte van die reis opstel.
Die grootte van die huis.
Van die statuur.
My lord, ek weet nou glad nie waar my lord praat nie.
If this table here, right, where the advocates are sitting,
Die tafel.
yes. If we take from the end of the files, right, to the furthest point here, let's say that's the blue house. You with me?
Die tafel, my lord.
Die tafel.
Miss Joshlin, just point out the points that I point to the witness. Go stand over there, then you just point it out. Here, this table here, where the files end, from there to this corner. That's the blue house. Are you with me?
That's correct, my lord.
So where my registrar is standing now, that's where the path runs.
Waar die register nou staan is die pijpie.
Die paadjie.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Right?
the path.
Waar-
Are you with me?
Waar na Kelly se huis toe
Ja.
gaan. That's correct.
Okay. Now, go stand at the front corner. That's where you made the mark where you went around the house.
Dis die merk wat jy gemaak het toe jy om die huis gaan.
That's correct, my lord.
Stand at the back corner. That's the spot where you stood when you looked across the gravel patch.
Dit sou die spot wees waar jy gestaan het toe jy gekyk het oorkant na die grondpad.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, from this front corner to the back corner, that, can you guesstimate, but just by looking at the panels, because it's easy, what that distance is of that blue house? From where the registrar now points out, that to this corner.
Daai kant is dit die hoek
Ja.
van die hok.
Let's go back to photograph number 20.
Gaan terug naar fotograaf nummer 20.
Can you see the blue side there?
Kan u die blauwe kant zien daar? Foto nummer 20.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, that side, can you tell me how long it is, how big it is? Just by reference to something in the court.
Hierdie kant, hoe lang zou dat wees? Als we nou kijken naar wat in de of geweest is. Als we kijken naar die panels daar. Daar is een paar, daar is een panel, een paal. Daar is een man. Hoe groot zou die eigenlijk?
Meneer, ik verstaan rerig.
I don't really understand.
My lord, may I just indicate, I heard the witness ask the interpreter, watter panels? She doesn't understand the concept of panels. I think that's the problem.
I thought I explained it earlier. So you can see the vertical, the upright white pieces that are plastered.
That's correct, my lord.
In between those, there are brickwork.
And in middle,
The police officer is pointing it out now. Now, if you would take the side of that house, is it smaller than one panel, bigger than one panel?
as het groter as in like the panels, of is het die kleiner of die groter?
Een beetje kleiner, my lord.
Like the smaller man.
Now, if I tell you on a guesstimate, I guessed earlier, I said 6 meters,
Ik heb vroeger geskat en gezegd van 6 meter.
because I wanted to be generous with the guesswork. I didn't measure it.
Ik heb het gemeet nie. Ek het dit
So
geskat.
it will be shorter and smaller than 6 meters if we are generous with our guesswork.
So dit sal korter as 6 meter is. Is ons so.
Are you with me?
Dat is nie met my.
That's correct, my lord.
I tried to work it out in my head scientifically because there are 20 bricks. Standard size of a brick is about 230 and the joints is about 10. I counted the number of joints, I counted the number of bricks. Comes to about 5.81 meters. That's a guess from where I'm sitting. So we're going to subtract from the 91.86 meters. But for purpose of this exercise, we're going to take off 10. Because we don't know how far the rock is from the structure. So we're going to subtract 10. Let's say you are now 10 meters closer to the gravel patch than what we thought.
Sê bijvoorbeeld is so 10 meter nader aan die grondpad as wat ons gedink het.
That's correct, my lord.
That would still place you about 81 meters.
Dit sal nog vir u aan die
From the road.
afstand van 81 meter.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. In a distance of 81.8 meters,
Aan 'n afstand van 81.8 meter,
you could not be in a position to see what you told this court you've seen.
u sou nie in 'n posisie wees, sy sou nie in 'n posisie wees om te sien wat u vir officer het gesien van die vrou.
Ik heb die vrouw gezien.
I saw the woman.
Yes, thank you. We can move on from that now.
Thank you, my lord. Now we're coming now at the point where you were standing at the corner.
Kom na by die punt waar
You
u gestaan het op
moved
die hoek.
around Kelly's house to the front door.
U het toe omgestap en dan Kelly sê na die voordeur.
That's where we are now.
U was op die hoek gewees en stap nog om na Kelly se voordeur. U was nou is.
It is your evidence that
Dit was die getuienis geweest dat
you saw my client.
u het my kliënt gesien.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg so?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
You testified yesterday. It was not a testimony. You were answering my question.
Gister het u my 'n antwoord gegee.
One of the answers you gave me yesterday is that
Een van die antwoorde wat u vir my gister gegee het is,
you don't sit in my client's company because he doesn't look right.
u is nie 'n beskuldige so geselskap nie, want jy lyk nie reg nie.
That's correct.
Is that the reason you are implicating him?
Dit is die rede waarom vir u vir hom impliseer.
Because in your eyes, he doesn't look right?
Volgens sy oor, dat hy nie reg nie.
That's correct.
Did you understand the question?
Het jy die vraag geantwoord? Of verstaan?
Kan mevrouw of mij weer herhalen, omdat de mind is weg nou.
Die rede waarom iets dat 'n kliënt in hierdie impliseer, dat jy vir hom deel maak van wat gebeur het, is omdat hy in die oor lyk nie 'n regte persoon nie. Dis die rede waarom hy sê was daar gewees. Hy was deel van alles, en hy lyk reg in die gesig, sy oor nie. Dis die rede waarom hy sê hy was daar gewees.
Kan mevrouw het voor mij, of meneer kan meneer het me aan...
Well, I'm going to try.
Gaan probeer.
What counsel is putting to you, dat die prokureur, die advokaat nou vir u vra. I'm gonna rephrase it myself in Afrikaans, and then the interpreter can interpret my Afrikaans into English. And I'm doing this for the witness to try and understand the question.
Sodat die getuie reg moet verstaan.
U sal onthou, u het vir ons gister gesê,
U het gister vir hom gesê, as die aanhou,
u sit nie in sy geselskap nie, want hy het nie vir u gelyk na 'n regte mens nie.
you never in his company because doesn't look like a right person to you. That's what you said yesterday.
Nou is die vraag,
Now the question
is dit omdat dit is wat u van hom gedink het, wat u nou vir hom intrek in die saak?
Is it what you thought about him that you implicate him in this case now?
Dat is de eerste keer wat ik in een company gezet heb met my lord.
It was not the first time that I was in this company, my lord.
Are you implicating him because you don't like him? Or is there another reason why you...
Trek u op my in die saak, omdat u nie van hom hou nie, of za ander rede.
Ik heb geen reden, meneer.
I don't have a reason.
Miss Lombard, I warned you
Ek het u gewaarsku,
to listen to my questions.
dat u moet luister na my vraag.
And if you don't understand my question,
As u nie my vraag kan verstaan,
indicate that to the court for the court to help you.
die ander of vir of kan help.
You didn't do that.
U het dit gedoen nie.
Ik heb over meneer gevraagd.
I ask the court now.
You testify that you saw my client
U het getuig het my kliënt gesien,
outside Kelly's house.
buite Kelly se huis.
Put to you,
Stel dit aan u,
you are misleading the court.
u mislei die hof.
It's not my client that you saw, because my client was not there at that time.
Dit is nie die kliënt wat u gesien het nie, want hy was nie daai tyd daar gewees nie.
Hij was daar geweest.
He was there.
I am further putting to you
Ek stel dit verder aan u,
that the reason you are implicating and dragging him into this case
die rede waarom u hom intrek in die saak,
is because what you said yesterday,
is van wat u gister gesê het.
that you are angry at him for suspecting Ayanda.
U is kwaad vir hom omdat hy by Ayanda verdink het.
Dat is niet waar, nie.
That's not true.
Thank you. The door was open. Kelly's door was open.
Kelly se deur was oop gewees
And you knocked.
en die het toe geklop.
Is that correct?
Reg?
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct.
When you entered, what is in your evidence in chief is that I asked her this. You've asked her 3 questions. If you can go back to your evidence in chief.
U het van vraag gevra.
Is that correct?
Reg so?
Kan mevrouw nog weer het laatste?
Can you just repeat the last part, please?
After you saw Stevino at the door,
Toe u vir Stefano by die deur sien,
you told us you knocked, you went inside,
u het vir hom gesê geklop en toe ingegaan.
and then you spoke to Kelly.
En praat u toe met Kelly.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Now that's what you are being referred to. What did you ask her?
Wat het u vir Kelly gevra?
Kelly het vir my ingeroep.
Kelly called me in.
En sy het saam met my gepraat oor Joshlin,
She spoke to me about Joshlin,
wat sy gedoen het.
what she did.
What you are saying now is not what you said.
Dat u nou van sê,
In your
dat u
evidence
gesê
in
het,
chief.
dat u en u hoofgetuies gesê het.
I will remind you what you said in your evidence in chief.
Dan kan u herinner wat u so gesê het in uw hoofgetuies.
Just a minute, my lord.
Did Kelly call you or did you call her to speak to her?
Het Kelly vir u geroep of het u vir haar geroep om met haar te praat?
Kelly het vir my geroep, my lord.
She called me.
I have it from my paragraph 132 and further in my notes. I don't know whether council might number their notes differently.
My notes of your evidence in chief.
My notes in verband met hoofgetuies. Roos reeds as volg.
I knocked and at the door
En dit het weer geklop.
and I asked Kelly
Ek vra vir Kelly,
what was going on.
Ms. Nkabai,
wat gaan
just for
aan?
completeness, from my notes.
Yes, my lord.
I went inside and called Kelly and asked what was going on. After she knocked, she went inside and she called Kelly and asked Kelly what was going on. That's according to my note.
U het geklop, u is in, dat u vir Kelly gevra het wat gaan aan.
Dat is correct.
You went inside and asked. You asked him. As against what you just said now in court.
Dat u gevra het is teen voorgestel wat u nou in die hof gestel het.
Ik heb nou verkeerd, ik het verkeerd verstaan.
Understood wrong.
You understood wrong. Don't understand wrong. Please. I'm not going to finish that question. The second question, I asked her,
Ek het haar gevra,
what do you mean?
wat bedoel u?
So from you,
Can you recall what she answered you?
Kan u onthou wat haar antwoord was?
Kelly's antwoord. Ze heeft vir my gesê, ek het vir Kelly gevra wat gaat aan.
I asked Kelly what was going on.
Toe sê Kelly vir my, ek moet nie vir haar kak vra nie.
She said I mustn't ask a shit.
Toe sê sy het vir Joshlin verkoop aan Sangoma.
She said she sold Joshlin to the Sango.
Thank you.
As die enigste woorde wat as ek kan onthou. Daar is die enigste woorde wat gebruik het.
Nee, my lord.
Nou. Kan u onthou wat sy presiese woorde was of nie?
Nee, my lord.
Because if you go with the first or the second question, that manner of asking, and you don't get the first answer, then the second question doesn't make sense. Because you told us in your evidence
En gety het u gesê, Kelly het gesê, en dat u Afrikaanse woorde in aanhalingstekens geskryf. Rens, I just need cheap now.
Dit is so, meneer.
If I follow your line of evidence, and particularly that piece of evidence, you were making inquiries.
As ek u getuienis volg in verband van naam hierdie gedeelte, u het navraag gedoen.
Nee, my lord.
If you ask someone a question, you want information from that person.
As u 'n persoon 'n vraag vra, u verwag sekere inligting van die persoon.
In other words, you are making an inquiry.
Dis navraag wat u doen.
Do you understand?
Verstaan jy?
Ek verstaan.
I understand.
Okay. From your inquiry, there was a question by my then colleague. For
Kan
instance,
u navraag was daar vraag deur die staatsaanklaer?
she asked you,
U was gevra,
how many were present
hoeveel
in the discussion?
hoeveel mense was betrokke in die geselskap?
Do you still remember the question?
Kan u nog hierdie vraag onthou?
Dis korrek.
Yes.
Do you still remember your answer?
Kan u nog onthou wat die antwoord was?
Dis korrek.
Yes.
What was your answer?
Wat was die antwoord geweest?
Dit was ek, Stefano, Kiali en Puta.
Myself, Stefano, Kelly en Buta.
I knew you are going to give a different answer to what you've given in your evidence in chief. I knew.
Ek het geweet u gaan 'n verskillende antwoord gee as die antwoord wat u aan die hoofgetuie gegee het. As u vandag sê, verskil wat u van wat u tevore gesê het.
I will read into the record your answer to this question, very same question.
Ek gaan vir u antwoord uitlees vir hierdie vraag, op hierdie eerste vraag.
Your answer was,
Die antwoord was geweest,
it was myself,
was myself geweest,
it was Kelly,
Kelly,
it was Buta,
Buta,
it was Queen,
Requeen,
it was Joshlin.
Joshlin.
It's on the record. And Stephen. And Stephen. Thank you, madam.
En Stefan. U het gesê, u het wat u voorgesê het, was u geweest, Joshlin, Requeen, Kelly, Stefan en Buta.
You mentioned 6 people
6 mense het u voorgesê.
that were present
6 mense
in the
was
discussion.
by geweest gedurende die gesprek.
Well, is it fair to just stop there? Because she continued. She told us the names and I'm going to repeat it because it wasn't interpreted, because Joshlin's name was mentioned twice when it was interpreted. So it was herself, it was Kelly, Buddha, Stefano, Requin, and Joshlin. But then she continued, and my note says the following. She says, Requin was in the other room, and Joshlin was playing outside.
With due respect, my lord, that was not a continuation. After she mentioned,
Miss Mkabai, it was the next question and answer on that, because and it flows. So I'm not going to allow the question the way you asked it. The question in the manner you asked it is disallowed.
can I continue with my question?
Yes, but not saying that it's different, because it's still the same people. It is just that the young son was in a different room and Joshlin was outside, unless you put it in the context. Yes.
Thank you, my lord. And the second question, or the follow-up question from my benefit.
Daaropvolgende vraag van de procureur, staatsprocureur. Daaropvolgende vraag van de procureur, staatsprocureur.
Oh, before I go to that follow-up question.
Voor ik daarin ga, en weer opvolgende vraag.
When you mentioned these 6 people
Toen u jullie 6 mensen
that you said they were present in the discussion,
wat bij geweest gedurende jullie gesprek.
were you trying to tell the court that
En u probeerde me te vertellen dat
Joshlin was aware that she was going to be sold?
was Joshlin bewust dat ze zo verkoop wordt?
Nee, my lord.
No.
You just said she was present in the discussion.
No, Miss Mkabai, she did not. Question was who was present there, and it's clear she said Joshlin was outside. I'm not going to repeat it again.
My lord, that was a follow-up question. After the 6
I've
has
made
been
a
mentioned.
ruling. I've made a ruling.
I will argue this point. my
You
lord.
can argue it.
Thank you. I will rephrase my question. The deduction I made when you said the 2 children of Kelly were present, the deduction I made was that they were aware of what was going to happen to Joshlin.
Van wat u gesê het, insluitend door kinders van Kelly, ek het aangeneem dat hulle bewus was wat so gebeur met Joshlin. Hulle het geweet wat so gebeur met Joshlin.
That's correct.
No, wait. The deduction that was made was that Joshlin was aware of what was going to happen.
And the witnesses answered said that's correct.
No. But that was not the question as interpreted to the witness.
It was the children were aware. That's what I said. Hulle was bewus geweest, die kinders. She said the question was the children were aware. But I deducted from what you said, the children were aware what was going to take place. That's why I interpreted the way the question was posed, my lord.
Mr. Blau, don't argue with me.
I'm sorry, my lord.
Can you re-put the question?
When you mentioned 6 members
Sê toe u 6 mense van melding maak
that were present
wat by was
in the discussion,
in
No,
die gesprek.
Mr. Mkabai. No, I've already ruled on it. Witness never said the 6 people were present in the discussion. Requin was in a different room. Joshlin was outside. And I've ruled on it.
That's where, my lord, with due respect.
I'm going to take a 5-minute adjournment. Everyone take a deep breath and let's stick to the facts as they are on record. When I come back, I don't want this to and fro again. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Court adjourned.
When you say you haven't smoked as yet, what do you mean? You've just said that you can't remember the clothes this person you are saying was my client was wearing because you smoked that day. Now you're confusing me. Can you please explain?
Kan u verduidelik? U het nou net gesê u kan nie onthou wat u so aangetree het omdat u gerook was. Nou sê u het nog nie gerook nie. Kan u dit verduidelik asseblief?
Want ik het niet verstaan wat de dag mevrouw praat, of het nu die maandag of het zondag is.
I wasn't sure what day were you talking about, whether was it the Sunday or the Monday.
I'm talking about the day when you said you saw my client in front of Kelly's house. That's the day I'm talking about.
Die dag wat u so sê dat u het my cliënt voor wel sy gesien, dis die dag wat ek van praat.
Dat is correct.
Were you high on drugs
Was
when you
u
saw the person you were saying was my client?
was u gerook gewees toe Willems gerook toe u sê u het my cliënt gesien?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Then why it is so difficult for you to tell this court the clothing of that person you assumed was my client?
Hoekom is dit dan so swaar vir u om te sê wat die klere dra die persoon so aangetree het by u sê was my cliënt gewees?
Want ik het nie nog sy kleren opgehou nie.
I didn't watch his clothes.
Why? You don't need to watch somebody's clothes before you know them. I'm not watching your clothes now, but I can see what you're wearing.
Dat is correct.
Why? You didn't notice the clothing this person you're saying was my client wearing on that day.
Hoekom het u nie na die klere opgehou nie wat u sê wat u sê dis my cliënt wat op hierdie dag? Hoekom het u nie klere gekyk na die klere gekyk nie?
Ik het vir hom, ek het na sy gesig toe kyk, ek het sy kleren opgehou nie.
I was looking in his face, I wasn't watching his clothes.
Who told you about the word discussion?
Can you repeat again?
Who told her about the word discussion?
Wie het vir u vertel van die woord gesprek?
I'll make it simpler. You were asked
U was gevra
about the people who were present in a discussion.
van die persone wat betrokke was in die gesprek.
Now my question is,
My vraag nou is,
who told you about this word, discussion?
wie het vir u van hierdie woord gesê gesprek?
My Lord, may I just ask, if we are referring back to the evidence in chief, I actually noted down the question because I re-listened it, and I noted it down as who was present.
That's also, I think, I used the word discussion at some stage, but I can't recall the witness, and I was looking at my notes, and I also didn't see it there. You would have seen that I actually went to my notes because even this morning, I imported the word discussion into the question. Mr. Wright, I don't have a doubt that that was the question, or that was the answer. And the prosecutor similarly doesn't have a doubt like that. Can you maybe, do you have a specific verbatim question? Because you must remember what happens is that the prosecutor asks the question, the witness gives an answer, it's interpreted, and often it is put slightly differently. For example, the example that we used earlier, where that caused me to follow up on the questions about the smoking. Because you said, ek was must not split hairs on condition that, unless of course you want to check the recordings, you are getting it every day. But carry on with another.
You were asked
U was gevra
about the people who were present in the discussion.
van mense wat betrokke wat by was gedurende die gesprek.
What is your understanding of this word? Discussion.
Wat verstaan u die woord gesprek?
Listen about it, you hear my word.
I'm not going to ask a question in the line of the court's ruling. I'm taking.
Now I've laid a ruling on that because I couldn't see anything about either an Afrikaans speak or a discussion. Now you're repeating the same question on which I have already ruled. And I'm not going to allow it. The moment you're going to add in the word discussion, I will stop you.
In your alleged discussion, did my client make any input?
Gedurende die tyd van hierdie pratery tussen julle, het my kliënt enige bydrae gehad? Het enigiets gesê?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
What was his input?
Wat was sy bydrae geweest?
Hy het gesê, stemloot gesê, dat hy ook instem dat hy nie die polisie gaan sê nie en hy aanvaar die desintonen wat Kelly vir hom gaat gee.
He said he agreed that he's not going to tell the police anything and he accepts the 1,200 Kelly was going to give him.
You regard that as an input?
Sien dit as 'n bydrae?
That's correct.
Yes.
According to you, that was not an input.
Dit was nie bydrae nie.
Hy was deel van die gesprek gewees.
He was part of the discussion.
That was not my question either.
So kan jy vrae gewees nie.
Hy was by.
He was there.
Did he bring any opinion?
Het hy enige opinie gebring gegee?
Nee, my lord.
Did he bring any ideas?
Enige idees?
Hy het net gesê, hy gaan ook vir die polisie sê nie. Hy
He
gaan
just-
sy mond hou.
He just said he's not going to tell the police. He's going to keep his mouth shut.
You've said that. That was not my question either. My question is, did he bring any ideas?
Het hy enige idees bygevoeg?
Nee, my lord.
Nee? No?
You cannot say therefore that he was part of the discussion or he discussed anything if he didn't bring any ideas or didn't bring any opinion.
As hy geen opinie of enige idees gebring het, kan jy nie sê hy was deel van 'n gesprek gewees nie.
What is your comment on that?
Kommentaar?
Hy was deel van die gesprek gewees en hy het gesê, hy aanvaar dit in 200 rand en hy gaan ook sy mond hou dat hy nie die polisie kan sê nie.
He was part of the discussion, my lord, because he himself, he said he's not going to tell the police anything, he's going to keep quiet, he will accept the 1,200.
And there was nothing. My client has to tell the police. My client has seen nothing. My client has heard nothing.
Daar sou niks wees wat my kliënt vir die polisie gesê het want hy het niks gesien nie. Hy weet van niks.
Ons gesprek wat ons gehad het, was het gewees, ons gaan van die man sê nie, maar ek was die gewees wat gesê het, nee, dit is alright, ek aanvaar het 1000 rand, en hy was die gewees wat gesê het, nee, maar hy aanvaar het 200 rand, en ons al 4 gaan ons al 3 gaan van die man sê nie, tel is die een wat die polisie gaat aanmeld, dat kind vermis is.
He was part of the discussion, my lord. I even said, it's fine, I'm not going to tell anyone, I'm going to take the 1,000 rand. And he also agreed that he's going to take 1,200, not going to tell anyone. The 3 of us were not going to say anything to the police, except for Kelly to report the missing child.
I could say that you are lying before this court.
He tell Liensen off.
Ek praat die waarheid.
I'm talking the truth.
you left and you went to your house.
U is toe weg naar uw huis toe.
Dat is correct.
My learned colleague asked you if someone would come and say you went back to Kelly's house on that Sunday, would that person be telling the truth?
Mijn collega heeft u gevraagd, als de persoon zou zeggen, is terug naar Kelly's huis toe dat zondag. Zal die persoon dan niet waarheid praten?
Die zondag namiddag nou of...
Will it be the Sunday afternoon?
Ik was aan mijn Kelly's huis geweest.
I was at Kelly's house.
Let's just,
You don't listen to my questions. Thank you, my lord.
let's just, so there was a discussion.
Dat is een gesprek.
Is that the word we
Genoeg. Hij wordt gebruikt.
Then you went on.
Toe is toe huis toe. Die toe is toe huis toe.
Dat is correct, my
Dat is
lord.
correct?
Did you go back later on that Sunday to Kelly's?
Als u later terug naar Kelly's huis toe.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Now today, when the court is putting this question to you, you are saying you went back to Kelly's place.
U het nog gezegd, is terug naar Kelly's huis toe naar die hof vir u gevraagd.
Dat is correct.
Yes.
And I just want to confirm, we're talking about that Sunday.
Dat is zondag dat we van praten.
Sunday, after you've questioned Kelly, this is after you've questioned Kelly
Als het
about what was happening.
nadat u vir Kelly so gevraagd wat gebeur.
Dat is correct.
Yes.
You went home.
U is toe huis toe.
Dat is correct.
My learned colleague put the same question to you,
Selfde vraag was in gevraagd deur my geleerde kollega
and your answer
en die antwoord was
is different to the
Verschil.
answer you are giving the court today.
dit was verskillende antwoord wat u destyds gesê het en wat u vandag vir ons sê.
No, not yesterday's.
En
When she was cross-examined by Mr. Vargas.
toe Mr. Harms by u vra.
Even my lord, in her evidence in chief, the answer she gave this court is different to the answer she's giving now.
Die antwoord wat u vir die hof vandag gee, is verskillend met die hoofgetuie.
You want me to remind you of the answer you gave the court when
Okay.
my learned colleague was leading you?
Moet ek vir u laat onthou, die antwoord wat u vir die hof, die antwoord wat u gegee het vir die hof, toe 'n geleerde vriend van u vra.
It's when the prosecutor was leading, that's the last question.
The last question,
to the
the very
answer.
last question, my lord.
Toe die aanklaer vir u sou lei. Kan ek vir u antwoord gee?
Can you recall what you told us?
Kan u onthou wat u gesê het
Kelly's house.
in verband met Kelly's huis by Sondag?
Hoe sê meneer?
Can you recall what
Kan
you
u
told us when Ms. Swanapu was asking you questions whether you went back to Kelly's house on that Sunday?
kan u onthou wat u antwoord was toe mevrou Swanepoel vir u gevra het of u na Kelly's huis toe terug was? Kan u onthou wat u vir haar gesê het?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes.
Ek luister.
Listening?
Ik was naar Kelly's huis toe om te gaan horen wat die plan nog verder is van Joshlin. En ik was nieuwsgierig geweest.
That Sunday evening.
Die zondagmiddag, meneer.
That's when I went back to find out what the plan is. I was curious about what's going to happen about Joshlin.
Now my notes,
You also know what to say.
and I've been told that my notes are that I noted as follows, that you did not return to Kelly's house. That's
Notice bewys dat u so gesê het u is nie terug na Kelly's huis toe daai Sondagmiddag nie.
Ik heb nou niet verstaan wat mevrouw gepraat het van zondagmiddag of zondagnamiddag.
I
Maar
didn't
ik vraag
understand
mevrouw-
the question as to whether it's Sunday afternoon or just after the afternoon.
I was very clear with you.
Hy was
Very
duidelik geweest.
clear.
Duidelik geweest.
After your discussion, after you put questions to Kay,
Nadat u vir Kelly vrae gevra het,
don't try to be smart here.
Nee, mevrouw.
I was very clear with you.
was duidelik.
Ms. Lampard, Ms. Cavalli said, she was very clear and also clarified the question.
That's correct, my lord.
I even took you to the point by saying after this happened, you went home.
Ek het gevat tot 'n punt waar ek vir u gesê het, na die gesprek as ek toe huis toe.
That's correct.
So the question is, why is your evidence different?
Kom is die getuienis vandag verskil.
Want ik was zo onzeker geweest, my lord.
I was unsure, my lord.
You were unsure of what?
Ek was onseker van
Van die vrouw wat mevrouw over me regeert.
the questions just you say to me now.
I warned you.
Ek het u
You don't
gewaarsku,
understand my question?
as ek u vra,
Must tell the court.
moet u hom vertel.
You understood my question.
U het my vraag gaan verstaan.
Monday.
Maandag,
You testify that?
u het getuig.
Before, okay, no, it's fine. Monday, you
Maandag.
testify that you woke up and you went to Kelly's place.
U het opgestaan en soek na Kelly se huis, was die getuienis.
After your choice.
Talking about Monday the 19th of February last year, or Monday this week, Monday last week, or the week before.
The Monday that is on record. The Monday that is in her evidence in chief is Monday, 19th of February, 2024.
The reason why I'm saying this is that we don't want to get to a point where we have to go back and do witness with changing understanding. So let's rather be precise with the witness. So when we speak of Monday, we give a date, we have a date, because we've been going back and forth through the evidence, and only once there's the contradiction in the face of it, then there was a misunderstanding, or the question wasn't clear. So let's rather try and put it as simple as possible and as clear as possible, because we have been going on for a number of days now, back and forth on the same issues. And yes, you have the right to cross-examine, but sometimes it seems to me the witness doesn't understand. And then I'm also not sure whether, even on clarification, it helps, because I don't know, I've been going back and forth in my notes to check, but now where something was said. So remember, you're now being asked questions about that Monday, the 19th of February last year, the day that you say Kelly delivered Joshlin to the white polo.
But you know moet aanhou is dat die praat nou in verband wat so gebeur het die 19de van Februarie verlede jaar, waar Kelly toe vir Joshlin so gaan oorgee het.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, Ms. Nkabai had constantly said to you, listen to my question. If you don't understand it, say so.
That's correct, my lord.
Hier is enige gevra dat u moet mooi luister my vraag.
Nou,
As
jy
u
wil
verstaan nie, moet u dit sê.
You will recall that I had also explained that to you.
Ek het dit ook aan u verduidelik as u kan onthou.
That's correct, my lord.
So listen,
Luister,
clarify if you need to,
u kan verduidelik as dat
and if you're unsure of the answer, you tell us I am unsure or I can't remember.
As je onzeker is van een antwoord, moet je zeggen, kan je onthouden niet.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai. You had the Monday morning.
Maandagochtend nou. Van die 19 februari verleden jaar.
On Monday, the 19th of February 2024,
Maandag van februari 2024, 19e.
you testify that on that day, after you were done with your house chores,
Toen
you
ik klaar was
went
met
to
deze
Kelly's
werk,
place.
als ik toen naar Kelly's huis toe.
Is that correct?
Is het recht?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Dat is correct?
And on your arrival at Kelly's place,
Met die aankomst bij Kelly's huis,
Requin, Uta, Stevino, and Kay.
can you repeat again?
On your arrival
Met die aankomst
at Kelly's place,
bij Kelly's huis,
you saw the following:
hier de volgende gezin,
Puta,
Puta,
Kelly,
Kelly,
Stevino,
Stefano,
Requin,
en de Queen,
and Joshlin.
en Joshlin.
Is that correct?
Is het recht zo?
In Rasiel.
En Rachel.
Yes, and Joshlin. Is that correct?
Is het recht?
Dat is correct, my lord.
I put to you that again, you are lying when you are saying you saw my client at Kelly's place on that morning.
Ik zal het weer aan u stellen dat u liegt als u zegt, u heeft mijn klein gezin bij Kelly's huis die ochtend.
Stefano was daar maandagochtend, was hij daar geweest bij Kelly's huis.
Stefano was there that Monday morning at Kelly's house.
Even Mr. Apollos has confirmed that on that morning, Stevino was not there.
Schrift nummer 1 het ook, stem ook samen dat die ochtend van die 19e maandag was Stefano niet geweest. Dat was meneer Van Rijnja geweest niet.
Puta ligt.
He's lying.
Can I just take a step back? What did you say about Rachel
Kan ik
on
gezegd
the
van
Monday
Rachel?
morning?
Rasiel was ook daar geweest.
Rachel was also there, my lord.
De eerste keer toen zei ik Rasiel was hij daar, maar toen
At
zei
first I said Rachel wasn't there.
toen zei ik achterna, maar Rasiel was daar, want ik denk dat Kelly voor Rasiel gevat had, samen deed, toen hadden we Rasiel kreeg toe.
That's when I said to the court that Rachel was there and Kelly took her with, when she was going to work, she took her to the crash.
Yes.
Are you sure that
Is it-
you saw Stevino?
Is u zeker dat u voor Stefano gezien hebt?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes.
If you've seen him,
Als u hem gezien hebt,
why put that against him?
kom met Puta om je gezien.
Puta heeft voor hem gezien.
Puta saw him.
Would that told this court true? His attorney that Stevino was not there on that day.
Puta, die heeft geprobeerd te zeggen, Stefano was daar geweest niet.
Stef-
What is your comment to that?
Als een commentaar,
Stefano was daar geweest.
Stefano was there.
My client,
Mijn cliënt,
and in his plea explanation,
en zijn pleitverdediging,
states that
zei de volgende,
on the 19th
op de 19e
of February 2024,
februari van verleden jaar,
he was
hij was
at Kelly's place,
bij Kelly's plek,
but it was around 1 o'clock.
hij was daar bij Kelly's geweest zo ongeveer 1 uur.
Hij was die ochtend was hij daar geweest, in de middag.
The morning was there, even in the afternoon.
And that piece of evidence in his plea is supported by Bhutan, who said Stevino was there on that morning, but it was later in the day.
Dezelfde zal Puta ook in zijn pleitverdediging gezegd dat Stefano daar was, ja ochtend, maar later die dag.
Stefano was daar de ochtend geweest.
Stefano was there the morning.
At my disposal, I have an affidavit
Ja, dat is wat
of
hier
a
verklaring
Requin Smith.
van Requin Smith.
Requin Smith is the son of Kelly Smith.
Sal die seun van Kelly Smith wees, Requin.
In his affidavit,
In sy beëdigde verklaring,
he doesn't mention seeing Stevino
hy maak nie melding dat hy Stefano so gesien het nie.
at their home.
By hulle se huis.
Stefano was buite gewees.
Stefano was outside.
Again, my client, and in his plea explanation,
My cliënt in sy pleit verduideliking
states that on the day in question, that is the 19th,
op hierdie dag van die 19de van hierdie jaar Februarie,
after 1 p.m.,
na 1 uur,
he didn't see Kelly's children.
hy het nie Kelly se kinders gesien.
Na 1.
After 1,
The time he was there after 1.
die tyd toe hy daar was, het hy daar gewees.
On his
Toe hy
arrival
daar aankom,
at Kelly's place on the 19th of February 2024, he didn't see any of Kelly's children.
toe hy daar aankom op die 19de Februarie van 2024, het hy geen van Kelly se kinders gesien, toe hy daar aankom in die middag.
Kinders van Kelly was daar gewees.
The kids of Kelly were there,
And this is confirmed by the affidavit of Requin, because Requin has no mention of seeing my client.
maar bevestig deur Requin, want Requin maak geen melding dat hy my cliënt so gesien het.
Stefano was daar gewees.
Stefano was there.
The only person he mentioned
Die enigste persoon wat hy van melding maak,
in his affidavit
in sy beëdigde verklaring,
is Andreens.
is Andreens.
I suppose you are Andreens.
Die is Andreens.
If my client was there in the morning,
As my cliënt daar die oggend
why
was,
Requin didn't mention that in his affidavit?
hoekom sal Requin dit nie aanmeld in sy beëdigde verklaring nie?
Soos ek gesê het, Stefano het bed gesit en Rico was in die kooi gewees by sy ma in die kooi, in die bed by sy ma sy bed gewees in die kooi.
As I said, my lord, Stefano was sitting outside and Requin was in the bed, sitting in the bed.
Further, Requin, who you testify,
And Requin that
testified
he
as someone who was in the room, doesn't mention anything about the discussion you made reference to.
She didn't say Requin was in the room. She said Requin was in the other room.
While he was in the other room,
Are we now back on the Sunday? Are we back on the Sunday, Ms. Mkabai?
that's correct, my lord.
All right.
My lord, my apologies. I might not be at the correct place that the question is about now, but there are 2 affidavits from Requin. And in the second affidavit, he does mention Stefano being there. I don't know if my learned colleague missed it, but it's A78.
Well, we, of course, Mr. Harmse made mention of the affidavit yesterday. I don't know how many affidavits there are. Mr. Harmse only made mention of 1 yesterday. And these affidavits are not before me.
Yes, my lord, and that's the reason why I'm apologizing. I remembered that there's another one. I found it, and there's mention of Stefano in the second affidavit, marked as per A78. The first one was filed as per A6, the second one A78.
Yes, Ms. Kabai.
My reference, my lord, is in A6.
Yeah, but now the prosecutor says there's another affidavit where He in fact mentioned prosecutor says you were in possession of another affidavit, A78, in your pile of papers that were given to you by the state, where he in fact mentioned Stefano being there.
My Lord, I am going to that affidavit.
No,
I didn't hear that, my Lord.
no. You will go there now if you want to go there. Because we need to be complete and we need to have context. Otherwise it's confusing. And in any event, how will this witness know, A, what was in the mind of Requin? How was he interviewed? What questions he was asked? These are issues for argument at a later stage. Because we don't even know whether that witness will testify. Yes, you may proceed.
Just a minute, my Lord. My Lord, can I ask for an adjournment?
Why?
I need to go to the bathroom. I need to go to the bathroom.
Alright, so let's see what the time is and maybe we must take a longer adjournment. 15 minutes. So instead of just a short adjournment, let's make it 15 minutes. So it will be 11:35. 11:35 when we will resume. Court adjourned.
I was at Peter's place around 1 or after 1.
Hy het bevestig wat my kliënt sou sê dat die Boeta se plek sou wees so na 1 uur. Omtrent na 1 uur.
He is saying, after the school bell
Na die skoolklokkie,
rang,
Alright.
I went to Mr. Lowe, to his godfather.
ek is toe na meneer Lou toe. Dis na meneer Lou toe,
That's when
die
now,
pleegpa.
he's saying in his affidavit,
Waar is
Stephen
het?
O'Kane.
Waar hy sê nou in sy verklaring dat Stefano toe gekom het.
Stefano was ook een dag geweest.
Stefano was there in the morning.
Are you implying that Buddha is lying or Aquin is lying?
Wil u nou sê beide Boeta en Raquel wat leens?
Dat is correct.
So you are the one who's speaking the truth.
So is die een wat die waarheid praat.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes.
My Lord, may I kindly request that when the contents of the affidavit is put to the witness, that it is actually put in context as it is in the affidavit. I will explain why. The reference to the time is not at the same time because this affidavit was done by way of questions and answers. So it was an answer to a question earlier, and then later another question was posed. And then to that question, there was a whole narration given as to what had happened, even reference to what had happened whilst he was playing outside. In other words, it's not chronologically in time. May I please request that when it is put to this witness, that what Requin says does not support her, that it is put in context.
Yes, I'm at a disadvantage because I don't have the affidavits in front of me. And of course, I don't know what's in them. So you don't want to admit a statement, not for the truth of the content, but rather for context. And then there could be something that's incriminating to an accused in it, and then it affects their fair trial rights. But you are correct. I think when we deal, especially with statements that's not before me, where I can determine, let's try and get the context to the witness, and also with the particular witness we have, that we try and be precise and give context. Because, Ms. Ngabai, I was thinking, and I didn't want to interrupt you unnecessarily. When Mr. Harmse was cross-examining the witness about the morning, we know that she says Stefano was outside. But the context was that Requin was still inside the house. In fact, they were still in bed that morning. Now one can say, yes, if they were in bed, would they have seen him, would they not have seen him? But what's the value of the answers to these questions in any event? Because if Requin does not come and testify, and I've indicated yesterday, everybody is hesitant to call him. But if he can't contribute to the issues in dispute as to the elements of the offences, then I will not call the witness, unless, of course, there is an indication. Because Section 186 that makes provision for the court calling a witness is not just to give the court carte blanche, because it should never be used to either bolster or undermine one of the cases put before the court. So it must be clear. So please, I think let's take a little bit of time if you want to go there. Let's put the context to the witness and see how far we get. I can't see any benefit at this stage for us going down that path, but I'm not the cross-examiner. I don't know how you strategize your case. You've put these 2 points to her. Could be that that's the end of the story, but let's see. Will it make any difference? Listen, Kabai, when you argue the case.
My Lord?
Because, and I'm going to be frank about it, unless Requin becomes a witness, all of this means nothing. We don't anticipate, I don't think the parties anticipate that he will testify. But the purpose of this is you've put your client's version. The purpose is to attack the credibility of the witness. But if it's of no value at the end of the day, it's not going to help us. There are so many other things that both you and Mr. Harumse has highlighted so far that one can argue. What I'm going to find at the end of the day, I don't know, because I'll have to evaluate the evidence of this witness holistically with everything else. And we know she contradicted herself on a number of scores. We know that there can be a lot of criticism, but let's not go on side shows. Let's go straight for the jugular if you want to attack the credibility of a witness. Yeah. And Mr. Signerheim is waiting. He's cooling himself down with his fan because he's waiting his turn.
Just our pause as far as these affidavits are concerned. If needs be, I'll come back to it.
Ek kan stilstaan by jullie verklarings, maar as dit nodig is, kan ek mondelik teruggaan aan die verklarings.
Sergeant Sofode testified that
Substantie God het getuig dat
she took your statement
sê die verklaring geneem
on the 22nd of February 2024.
22 van Februarie 2024.
Can I just confirm I'm thinking it is the 20th. Is it Exhibit O?
Exhibit O.
Yes, I'm right, it was in the 20th of February.
20th of February.
Maybe that was the afternoon when she was there with Sergeant Molstead, the afternoon of the 20th. They came from Kickback or Mariesburg somewhere.
It's the 20th.
And then when Mr. Apollo said that she was there, she went around. And that's how the statement came from. And that was how she said that Steffi was there. And that's the statement that she indicated that was the start of the story that they were going to tell. Just for context.
Thank you, my Lord.
Mr. Blow, did you hear me? Was that you hear you interpreting the witness?
No, my Lord.
So we're going to the statement
Ons gaan die verklaring toe.
that the first police officer on that Tuesday afternoon
Waar die eerste polisie
took from
geneem het van die dinsdag,
the one that we told
die 20ste.
was it was not the truth because it is part of the story that you had to tell.
Waar u gesê dit is waarheid is, die gaat deel van wat die storie wat u voor jou gesê het.
Are you with me?
Is u met my?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
Do you still remember this day?
Kan u nog hierdie dag onthou?
Dat is correct.
Yes.
When she was taking statement from you,
Toe sy die verklaring van u neem,
which language was she using?
watter taal het sy gebruik?
Afrikaans.
Afrikaans, my lord.
You understood her.
U het haar verstaan.
Dat is correct.
After she took your statement,
Nadat sy die verklaring geneem het,
she wrote it back to you.
het sy dit aan u teruggelees.
Ik kan niet onthouden of ze het gelezen heeft.
I don't remember whether she read it back to me, my lord.
She testified before this court, but
Say it
she
for
read back to you.
Sy het getuig dat sy dit aan u teruggelees het.
After she read the contents back to you, were you happy with the contents of your statement?
Toe sy die verklaring aan die na sy die verklaring aan die gelees het, was sy tevreden met wat daar geskryf was, tevreden met een noot van die verklaring?
Miss Kabada said she can't remember what it was put back here. So maybe, were you happy with the contents of the statement?
Was u gelukkig met die inhoud van die verklaring?
Dat is correct, my lord.
And after you were happy with the contents of the statement, you signed it.
Nadat u tevreden was met dit wat geskryf was, inhoud van die verklaring, het u dit geteken.
Dat is correct.
Yes.
When my learned colleague was leading you, you just said that statement is a lie. That's what you're saying.
Toe my geleerde collega van u lei, het u gesê die verklaring is leens.
Dat is correct.
I'm going to go with you through the whole statement.
Ek
For
kan
me to know
deur die hele verklaring met u,
which was not a lie.
ek wil net by u van wat was leens, wat was nie leens nie.
You understand?
Verstaan nie?
Dat is correct.
I understand, my lord.
Paragraph number 1.
Paragraaf nummer 1,
I am an adult female.
volwassene
22
dame.
years. My ID number is 930180171087.
Dis my ID nommer.
I am residing at, I'm not going to mention the address.
Ek is woonagtig te, ek gaan nie die adres,
I am unemployed.
werkloos,
I do not have a contact number.
u het nie 'n kontaknommer nie.
My home language is Afrikaans.
U taal is Afrikaans.
Is that true?
Is dit reg?
Dat is correct.
Is dit waar?
On Monday,
Maandag,
19 February of 2024, it's about 12 o'clock.
die maand, 19 Februarie, so by 12 uur.
I went to Rachel's house.
Ek is in Rachel se huis toe.
Rachel is staying in the same area with me.
Sy is by woonagtig in dieselfde area as myself.
Just for context, I don't know whether you use Kelly's full name, which is Raquel, or whether you say Kelly, but the police officer wrote that it's spelled wrong, but we know that's who the reference is made.
Die polisman moes dit daarvoor geskryf het, want Kelly se naam is Raquel.
Police is wrong.
Die polisie vrou het mondelik verkeerd geskryf, want Kelly se naam is Raquel.
But the rest of the context that on that day, around 12 o'clock, that you went to her house,
Wel, vir sy na daar is toe,
she's staying in the same area with you. Is that correct?
julle bly in dieselfde area as dit waar.
Dat is correct, my lord.
In that paragraph,
En daai paragraaf.
you made reference to Rachel.
En hierdie paragraaf was die maak die melding van Rachel.
Are you referring to Kelly's child or you are referring to Kelly herself?
As maak die melding van Kelly se kind of was het van Kelly?
Kiali.
Kelly, my lord.
Paragraph number 3. When I arrived at Rachel's house,
Met die aankomst by Rachel se huis,
we found her boyfriend, Jacqueline Apollos,
ek het daar Carol Jacqueline Apollos gekry,
with the 2 children,
met 2 kinders,
Jacqueline Smith and Joshlin Smith.
Jacqueline Smith en Joshlin Smith.
Rachel was at work.
Rachel was in die werk.
I asked Jacqueline to give me a cigarette
En dit toe vir
and then I left.
en dit toe vir Jacqueline gevra vir 'n sigaret en toe sy toe weg.
Is that true or false?
Dit waar is dit leens.
Ik heb hem gevraagd.
I asked him for
What you said in paragraph 2, I've read it to you. My question is that paragraph true or false?
but ek wil nie ooit iets in paragraaf 3 wil ek weet of die waarheid is of dat leens is.
Dat was liens.
It was false.
All of it or part of it?
Die hele gedeelte daarvan.
Niet die hele gedeelte nie.
Not the whole, not all of it.
Can you indicate where you lied and
Kan,
where you spoke the truth?
kan u wel wees waar u leens vertel en waar u de waarheid praat?
As I asked Jacqueline to give me a cigarette and then I left. Dat is waar.
That's true. But I asked Jacqueline for a cigarette and I left. She said that's true.
Tell us what is not true.
But dat is
in
nog niet
that
waar.
paragraph.
En hij van paragraaf.
Van I ground our boyfriend Jacqueline Paulus with 2 children, Jacqueline Smith and Joshlin Smith.
That I found Jacqueline with the 2 children of Jacqueline Smith and Joshlin Smith. Jacqueline
Jacqueline.
Smith and Joshlin Smith.
You are saying you lied when you said that?
As het leens.
Kan u dit vir my, ek verstaan nog nie, die paragraaf reg. Kan meneer het vir my, ek hoop meneer het vir my weer.
Would not be easy. We go sentence by sentence if you want to do this. And ask it, is that sentence true or is it a lie? So
Die beter as ons sin per sin gaan. Zodat u kan vra of dit is sin wat die waarheid is of dat leens is.
and not the whole paragraph. So we deal with from top to bottom, sentence by sentence.
Nie die hele paragraaf uitlees en net sin.
Paragraph 2 was only 1 sentence, so that's fine. So when you got to the house, you say that you found Jacqueline Apollos with the 2 children, Jacqueline and Joshlin Smith. Was that true or was it false?
Waar u sou sê, aankom by die huis was ek vir met dan Apollos en Jacqueline en vir Joshlin gekry. Is dit waarheid of is dit leens?
Dat is waar, my lord.
It's true, my lord.
The next sentence, you must think about it.
Thank you, my lord. The next sentence, I
Volgende sin.
asked Jacqueline to give me a cigarette and then I left.
You already said that was true. There's another sentence in between with 4 words that I didn't read. It reads, Rachel or Rachel was at work. Was that true or false?
In verband dat Rachel by die werk was, is dit waar of dit leens?
Dat is waar, my lord.
And the last sentence is, I asked Jacqueline to give me a cigarette and then I left.
En waar is zij in het verzeker gevraagd voor zijn sigaret en toen ze weg.
Niet zeker iets om te roken, maar het is nog zeker dat hij voorgeschreven.
Not a cigarette, I said something to smoke.
Oh, that is the part that is not true.
Dat is verkeerd, dat is de waarheid.
Zoals die vrouw voor mij, toen ik die vrouw gezegd heb, iets verrookt, dus kreeg die vrouw sigaret.
I told the lady something to smoke and then she wrote a cigarette.
Now in your affidavit it's a written cigarette. Is that true?
Sigaret, is het de waarheid? Of liens?
Dat is waar.
It's not true.
Now we go to paragraph 4.
Paragraaf nummer 4.
I was at a friend's house
Ik was bij een vriend huis,
nearby Rachel's house.
nabij Rachel's huis.
My kids were sleeping in my house,
De kinderen hadden geslapen in mijn huis.
and I shouted at Jacqueline, asking him to send one of the children to go see if the kids are still sleeping.
Ik heb toen aan Jacqueline uitgeroepen om een van die kinderen te sturen om zeker te gaan maken of die kinderen nog slapen.
Dat is waar.
That's true.
Shortly after that,
Kort na dit,
I went to Rachel's house
ik was van Rachel's huis toe.
and I saw that both her kids were still there.
Ik heb toen gezien dat beide haar kinderen nog daar was.
And I went to my house to check on my kids.
Ik was toen naar mijn huis toe om te gaan kijken.
Dat is
Mijn
waar.
kinderen. That's true.
Paragraph number 5.
Vijfde paragraaf.
Shortly after I arrived at my house,
Kort nadat ik bij mij is aangekomen,
Joshlin came in.
Joshlin is toen ingekomen.
Dat is waar.
That's true.
My kids were awake and I took them
Mijn kinderen was toen wakker en ik heb het toen genomen.
and we went to Rachel's house
Gaan toen naar Rachel's huis toe.
with Joshlin.
Met Joshlin.
Dat is waar.
That's true.
Paragraph number 6.
Zesde paragraaf.
We were sitting inside the house
Nee,
because
gezet. Wanneer is gezet? Want
it was very hot outside.
als wij waren buiten.
Dat is waar.
True.
Joshlin then went outside
Joshlin is toen buiten toe.
Dat is waar.
That's true.
Jacqueline asked her
Jacqueline heeft ook gevraagd
where she is going,
waarin gaan ze.
and she said she is going to play.
Zij heeft toen gezegd gaan spelen.
Outside.
Buiten.
Dat is waar.
That's true.
Outside is not written here.
Buiten is aangeschreven.
Last sentence. I did not stay long.
Ik heb even lang daar gebleven.
Then I went to my house.
Ik was toen naar mijn huis toe.
Dat is correct.
Correct?
When I went to my house,
Toen ik naar mijn huis toe gaan,
Joshlin was not back home.
Joshlin was niet terug bij de huis nie.
And I left Jacqueline.
En toen Jacqueline achtergelaten.
Oh, I left Jacqueline, Requin, and Sophie at Rachel's home.
En toen voor Jacqueline en voor Stefan bij Rachel's huis achtergelaten.
Joshlin was not back home, I was ICW.
That's not true. I said Joshlin was not back home.
And the rest of the sentence?
And
I live Rikun in Steffi in Buta achter de Zwaar.
where I say I left Rekun, Kuta and Steffi, that's true.
Last sentence, I do not know what is Sheffi's surname.
En weet wat Steffi se van is nie.
Dis waar.
That's true.
Now following his administration of oath,
Wat volgens nou die afleef van die eed, dat die edig word.
I know and understand.
Do we have to go there? You've already asked her about that, but I can see no purpose in reading that. It's just the oath.
Let us go to paragraph 2.
Ons gaan na paragraaf 2 toe, tweede paragraaf.
On Monday, 19th of 2024, at about 12,
Maandag 2024, in die van die tweede maand so by 12 uur.
I went to Rachel's house.
Ek is toe na Rachel's huis, na Rachel's huis toe.
Which 12 are you referring to? 12 during the day or 12?
12 uur wat de tijd.
Dit was de ochtend geweest.
The morning.
We don't say that 12 is morning, we say it's afternoon.
12 uur is de ochtend.
It's neither the morning nor the afternoon, it's midday.
Middag.
It's written 1200 hours.
It's midday, not the morning.
Are we really going to split hairs like that, Miss Kabai? Just get straight to the point.
This is the
I'm not going to split hairs about whether 12 means this or that. Just put the question to her. But I'm not going to split hairs about it, because it's irrelevant what the witness understands. When does the morning end? When does the afternoon start? The point here is, you told the police you went there at 12 o'clock.
Hier die polisie gesê is daar hier 12 uur.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's right?
Thank you, Ms. Kabai.
With your respect, I was not going to ask this witness anything regarding 12. My following question is as follows. In your evidence in chief,
En die hoofgetuie,
you testify that
die het getuig,
you went to Kelly's place on the 19th of February 2024 in the morning.
hy is na Kelly se huis toe, die 19e van die tweede maand 2024, die jaar 2024, die oggend.
Dat is correct.
That's right?
But now in your statement you are saying you went there at midday.
Maar in verklaring sê hy was daar na 12 uur die middag.
Zoals ik gezegd heb, toen ik die verklaring afgegeven, dat was het die waarheid geweest. En ik weet wat het tijd geweest is, wat ik gegaan heb op de vrouw socialisatie. Toen ik net in het datum tijd gegeven.
As I said, my lord, the statement the statement is not true, and about the time, I don't know what the time was. I just gave that time.
But you confirmed the correctness of the contents of your statement.
Hij bevestigt die geloofwaardigheid of de geloofwaardigheid van die verklaring.
Dat is correct.
Correct?
Did you tell Sergeant Sekobe that on paragraph 2 you were lying?
Het u vir Constable Segobe gesê in paragraaf 2 dat u leuns vertel?
Nee, my lord.
No.
She testified that she believed
Sy het getuig dat sy vir jou geglo het.
that what you were telling me
Wat u haar gesê het,
was the truth.
was die waarheid.
What is your comment to that?
Wat is die kommentaar daarmee?
Ik was bang geweest om die hele waarheid vir haar te sê.
I was scared my Lord to tell her the whole truth.
Did she scare you
Het sê vir u bang,
from telling the whole truth?
het sê vir u bang gemaak
Nee, my lord.
om die waarheid op julle wat te praat? No.
Then what made you to be scared?
Wat het u toe bang gemaak?
Want ons het besluit, ons gaan van niemand sê die waarheid nie.
Because we said we're not going to tell anyone the truth.
Who said so?
Wie het dit gesê?
Kiali.
Kelly.
Ons al vier het besluit, ons gaan van niemand sê nie. Kiali is een wat gaat aan meld by die police daar te sê, gaat Joshlin Smith aan de meld.
All four of us agreed we're not going to tell the truth, but Kelly will be the one going to report Joshlin missing.
Don't you think what you're saying was late already?
Don't
Because
it,
we didn't hear any evidence whether you were given this money. You didn't tell us that you were given this 1,000.
Don't
Why
you-
were you still keeping to the promise so you can't have been given the 1,000?
kom, dink jy nie dit was te laat geweest nie, want ek het gehoor of hierdie geld gekry het nie.
Sy nog het die geld van my gegee en hy het dit nie.
But that says she haven't given me the money yet.
My point is that
So ja, dat is my punt.
you had all the reasons to speak the truth.
Jy het alle rede gehad om die waarheid te praat,
Because you're not getting it.
want jy is 'n betaling.
Soos ek gesê het, ek was bang geweest om die waarheid vir haar te sê.
As I said, my Lord, I was scared to tell her the truth.
Now you are leaving me confused. I don't know which piece of evidence I must regard as true from you.
Jy het nie bietjie deur mekaar geweet van watter van Israel tennis moet ek aanvaar as waarheid nie.
I don't know whether I must believe that you were there in the morning or I must believe that you were there at midday.
Ek weet of ek glo jy dat jy daar was die oggend of die middag.
Ek was die oggend daar geweest.
I was there the morning.
In your statement,
In die verklaring,
you don't mention
jy mag geen melding
seeing my client
dat jy
in the morning at Kelly's place.
dat jy my kliënt sou sien in die oggend ek hulle sou plek nie.
Soos ek gesê het, ek het nie hele waarheid gesê nie. Ek het net gepraat van Boeta.
As I said, my Lord, I didn't say all the whole truth. I only spoke about Buddha.
En die ander gedeelte het gepraat van Stefano.
And the other part I spoke about Stefano.
And which truth or which version you want this court to be convinced that is the truth?
Watter weergawe wil jy die hof moet aanvaar as die waarheid?
Die 204 is die waarheid.
204 is the truth.
I'm not in your fault.
Listen, Kabai, the microphone's not picking up your voice.
I'm not yet in your fault.
Is nog 'n bekende theorie.
I'm still in your oral evidence.
Do we have to go via the N7 to get there? Why can't we just get to the point? We've gone through, and I mean, Mr. Harams has covered a lot of the areas. I don't know if you want to take the whole month, feel free. But we need to get to the point. Yes, thank you, Mr. Kambai. Can we just focus? We've dealt with this whole statement now. Do we have to go back to it? The 204 statement Mr. Harmse dealt with in detail. We don't have to rehash it. Let's just get to the point of the credibility of this witness. But I get the impression we are covering the same ground over and over and over again, unnecessarily so, with all due respect. Thank you.
I am covering the instructions of my client. This is the first time I'm putting this to you. It's not over and over again.
I can't hear you, Mr. Kabay.
I'm putting this to her for the first time.
Dis keer wat ek dit aan u gaan noem.
Well, then put it.
What is your comment?
I can't hear you, Mr.
Wat is die
Kabay.
kommentaar?
I know it's difficult because the microphone looks as if it doesn't pick up when you on the side of it. Because the question in English is the question for the record. And the interpretation in this case is done in Afrikaans. So if we don't pick it up, our record will be incomplete. And yes, it's uncomfortable.
Do I repeat my question, madam?
Yes, please, because I didn't even hear it. Yeah, but can't somebody adjust the microphone? Because it's difficult for counsel, because she's trying to face the witness. So it's inevitable that she'll be speaking to the side of the microphone. Can we maybe adjust it at a different angle? There we go. Because when Ms. Kabay looks at the witness, when she asks the question, at least it'll pick it up. Let's try.
My last question to you was,
Die laaste vraag aan u was,
in your evidence in chief,
en hoofgetuie,
you testify that
u het getuig,
on your arrival at Kelly's place,
aankoms by Kelly se plek,
my client was amongst the people who were there.
my cliënt was tussen die mense wat daar was, saam met die mense wat daar was.
Now my question is, why that doesn't appear in your affidavit?
Daarom vraag ek of u kom dit op in die verklaring. Dis in die verklaring aangebring.
Soos ek gesê het, ek het die hele gebeurtenis vir haar vertel.
I didn't tell her the whole thing that happened.
I'm not asking you the whole thing that happened.
Ek vra nie u wat alles gebeur het.
I'm asking you specifically about my client.
Ek vra u spesifiek oor my cliënt.
Your evidence in chief, you were bold that my client was there in the morning.
En hoofgetuie was u seker dat my cliënt daar was die oggend.
That piece of evidence doesn't appear in your affidavit.
Maar daai getuienis kom nie op in 'n verklaring op nie.
Why you didn't mention it?
Kom ek dit gaan doen nie.
Ek het die antwoord.
I don't have an answer.
Thank you.
So you lied under oath.
So ek het leuns vertel onder eed.
We're dealing with that statement.
As the court pleases, my lord.
So, you've already told us that you lied
U het klaar gesê
to the police at that stage.
Dat is correct, my
Dan sê
lord.
die polisie.
But the importance of the question further is it was under oath.
Nou het belangrijkste is dat u onder eed was.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Dat right, my lord.
Why did you lie under oath?
Hoekom het u onder eed gelieg?
Want hij was mij volle positief geweest, nee.
I was
Hij was
in my
bang
full
geweest.
position. I was scared.
But you didn't tell Sergeant Sponder that you were scared.
Hy het nie vir die sergeant gesê dat hy bang was nie.
Ik het niet van gezegd, nee.
I didn't tell him.
You made her to believe that what you were telling her is the truth.
Hy het dan het geloof dat u vir haar sê die waarheid is.
Ik heb niet van gezegd wat gebeurt en dat is de hele waarheid, nee.
I just told her what happened, but it was not the whole truth.
And as a result, she continued with her statement.
Dit het geleid dat sy aangegaan het met die verklaring. Voortgegaan het met die verklaring.
Dat is correct.
That's right.
Why did you fall there?
Hoekom het u vir geproos om die bos geleid? Hoekom het u vir gelieg?
Omdat ik, zoals ik gezegd heb voorheen, ik
As I
heb
said previously, my lord,
niet van vertrouwen, nee. Het was niet, ik heb niet van een vertrouwen, ik heb niet de hele waarheid van gezegd, nee.
I didn't tell her the whole truth.
You knew what you were telling her was not true.
Wat u vir gesê dat u geweet het was die waarheid nie.
But after that, you confirmed the correctness of the contents of your statement. That means you knew the time you were giving your statement that you were lying.
Alhoewel u verklaring gegee het, het u geweet u praat nie die waarheid nie. U praat leuns.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Let's go to paragraph 5 of your statement.
We gaan naar paragraaf 5 toe van die verklaring. Vijfde paragraaf.
You are saying in that paragraph, shortly
U sê in die verklaring, kort na,
after I arrived at my house,
toen hy is aangekom het,
Joshlin came in.
Joshlin het toe ingekom,
My kids were awake,
my kinders was toe wakker,
and I took them and we went to Rachel's house with Joshlin.
ek neem toe vir hulle, en sy is toe na Rochelle sy is toe met Joshlin.
Is that true?
Is dat waarheid?
Dat is waarheid.
That's true.
My instructions are that
Instructie is die volgende.
while my client was there,
Toe,
Kelly's place,
toe my klein cliënt daar was by Kelly se plek,
you were smoking inside the house, you and Bota.
u en Boeta het binne iets gerook.
You stood at the door,
U het by die deur gestaan,
you called Joshlin,
u het vir Joshlin geroep,
you went to your house
u is toe na u huis toe,
With Joshlin.
with Joshlin.
met Joshlin.
Dat is waar, nee.
That's not true.
And after you called Joshlin and then you went with her,
Nadat u vir Joshlin geroep het, is hy toe met haar
she never came back.
weg, het sy nooit weer teruggekeer nie.
Dat is waar, nee.
That's not true.
Thank you, my Lord. Now, you heard that Joshlin got missing.
What?
You heard, it was important, that Joshlin now has disappeared.
Je het toch gehoord dat Joshlin toe vermis is.
Dat is correct.
Dat is correct?
Did you partake in a search?
Het nie deelgeneem om vir te soek?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Why?
Hoekom?
Ik was bij huis met mijn 2 kinders.
I was at home with my 2 kids.
Those kids were there, but you could manage to go to that place. You will stay there, you will go and watch what is happening at the polo. Those kids were there.
Die kinders was daar gewees eers toe na. Hotel hulle se plek toe, ek kyk na die polo, met die kinders daar.
Die kinders was ja, gaan met mij geweest wat voor Kelly het opgehouden.
When I was watching Kelly, the kids were not with me.
You testified the other day that you had a helper
Hy het gesê hy het 'n helper gehad.
who will take care of your kids. Why you didn't ask this helper to take care of your kids? Then you joined the search.
Waar ek kon hierdie persoon gevra het om vir te help na die kind te kyk en gaan help met die soektog.
Zij was bij huis geweest.
She was at home,
Why you didn't call her?
kom het nie vir geroep nie.
Omdat zij was bij huis geweest.
Because she was at home.
Toen vraag ik van mijn kinders bij haar te houden.
They asked her to keep the children with her.
When you say she was at home, she used the Afrikaans expression by die huis. Now, whether that is translated as your home or at the house, so I just need to clear that up. When you say she was by die huis, whose house are you referring to?
Nou, wie sê sy vir wie sy was by die huis?
Die vrouw mee in zijn huis.
The lady's house.
So that will be her home.
By haar huis.
And where does she stay?
Waar bly sy? Waar woon sy?
Ze blijven zo knap na Ayanda. Ze blijven te ver van Ayanda af.
Just shortly after Ayanda, but that doesn't say far from Ayanda.
Yes, thank you.
My question remains unanswered. Why you didn't call them?
Kom het nie vir geroep nie.
Then look for your kids, then you join the search.
So dat sy na die kinders kyk sodat hy kan gaan help soek.
Ik heb die vragen nog aan van niet.
I didn't ask her that.
You didn't see the search important?
Just one moment.
Also,
The question asked was why not?
Kom nie.
Why did you not ask her?
Kom het nie vir gevra nie.
Omdat ik zo gevoel dat ik ga niet van vragen niet.
I felt I'm not going to ask him, my Lord.
Yes, thank you.
you didn't see the search important for you.
Het nie hierdie soektog beag as belangrik nie.
Dat is correct, dat is belangrijk.
It was important.
But you didn't make any efforts
Maar ek het geen pogings
the
aangewend
search.
om te help om die soektog nie. Maar hy het nie gehelp om soektog met die soektog nie.
Meneer nog apparaat.
Nee, ek wag. I'm waiting on an answer.
Wag vir 'n antwoord.
Sorry. Kan mevrouw of mij weer herhalen alsjeblieft?
Can you please repeat that for me again?
You said the search was important.
Hy het gesê die soektog is belangrik.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Just repeat the question because that was why I looked surprised. When I looked at you, I was waiting for the next answer because I was surprised at that answer you just gave. You want to follow up or should I follow up?
Please, my lord.
Miss Lombard, the longer I sit here,
Langer ek so sit hier vir Lombard,
the more surprises I get.
ek kry meer verrassings.
And I'll explain to you.
Ek sal
why
aan
I'm
u
saying
verseker
that.
kom ek sê dit.
You knew The search is senseless,
Jy het geweet, hierdie soektog
according to your evidence.
is van geen benul nie, volgens die getuienis.
Not so?
Dit is so nie.
That's correct, my lord.
So why would you think the search is important?
As u dan geweet het dat hierdie soektog benul, geen benul het nie, hoekom sê u dan hierdie soektog was belangrik?
Want soos ek die mense gesien het, die mense soek na Joshlin, en er was baie mense gewees, dat ook ek nog gesê het, dat was important gewees. Maar ek het myself gesê, nee, ek gaan nie vir Joshlin gaan soekie, want julle nog nie die geld vir my gegee nie.
As I said, my lord, I could see the number of people looking, searching for Joshlin. That was important. And at that stage, I decided I'm not going because Kelly hasn't given me the money yet.
When you were asking her these questions, and she said she had sold the child to the Sangoma,
Toe u vir vra en toe sê en sê vir u sê dat sy die kind verkoop het in Sangom.
did she tell you where they're going to take the child?
Het sy vir u gesê waarheen vat hulle die kind?
Nee, my lord.
No.
What did you think?
Wat het u gedink?
Ek het myself gedink, myself gevra, hoekom sy dit gedoen het, en ek weet nie vir waar sy dit gedoen nie.
I just thought to myself, asked myself as to why did she do it? She
But
didn't
what
say
did you
why
think?
did she do it.
What did you think? Where are they going to take her?
Wat het u gedink waarheen sou hulle afneem?
Soos ek kan staan, soos ek myself het afgeleid, my eie afleidings gemaakt het, is dat
Myself, on assumption, my lord.
sy gaan vir Joshlin saam met die persone vat, gaat sy nou saam met Joshlin, ry saam met die mense.
She's going to take Joshlin with the people, and then she's going to drive with Joshlin and his people.
And where will they take Joshlin?
Waarheen sal het dan Joshlin neem?
Ek sal nie weet die manier.
I wouldn't know, my lord.
You didn't think about that?
Hier het u nie daarvan gedink nie?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Now, you were taken by the police
U was toe geneem deur die polisie
on the 13th of March 2024.
die 13de van Maart van verlede jaar, as ek nie fout maak nie.
Wie was by die polisie?
U is geneem deur die polisie die 13de van die 3de maand 2024, as ek nie 'n fout maak nie.
Ek weet nou nie van die datum, maar ek weet ek was by die polisie.
I don't know about the date, but I know I was at the police station.
Just remember, we're not talking about these other people. Talking about when you were taken in. You told us you didn't know you were arrested. That led to you going to Captain Sylvia, the woman with the grey hair.
U don't know that there's no
That's what we're talking about.
Polisie vir u geneem het, en waar u gesê het u was nie seker of gearresteer was nie, toe het u gaan praat met kaptein Sylvia, die vrou met die grys kop. Dit is wat dat hof nou wat ons nou mee besig is.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, thank you.
Do you still remember the first day you appeared in court?
Kan u nog die eerste dag van verskenning nog onthou?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
What was that date?
Wat was die datum?
Die datum van was het 2 weken terug wat ek hier gewees het. Ek bedoel die datum, my lord.
No, it's clear the witness didn't understand the question. She's talking about appearing in this court. I've told the council a couple of times now already, let us be precise with this witness. For many witnesses, they will get the question. I don't know what the reason is, but the witness doesn't get the question. It seems to me we are now going to when you appeared for the first time in the magistrate's court. I take it that was at Vredenburg.
Ons neem het nou die tyd wat vir die eerste keer so verskyn het in Vredenburg voor 'n Landdros kantoor.
That's correct, my lord.
Right. So if I was told the other day that you were taken in, you were processed on the 15th.
Hy was toe ingeneem, hy was toe geproseseer op die 15de. In ander woorde in die boek
So
geplaas die 15de.
it would have been within 2 days of that date.
As die 2 dae van in die dae.
So you were arrested,
Hy was gearresteer.
then you were taken to Captain Sylvia,
Hy is toe geneem na kaptein Silje.
and I've jumped a few of the hurdles, and thereafter you were taken before the magistrate in the lower court.
Na dit is hy toe geneem na die Landdros in die Laarhof.
Can you recall that?
Kan jy dit onthou?
That's correct, my
No,
lord.
this is what you're being asked about.
Dit is wat die
Thank you, Mr. Kabari.
so vra. Probeer so vra.
Do you still remember which date was that?
Kan jy nog onthou wat is die datum wat jy vir die eerste keer voor die Landdros so verskyn het in die Laarhof?
Ik kan je onthou die date.
I can't recall the date, I can't remember the date, my lord.
Thank you. My lord, I'm going to start a very new type of preservation.
No, you can continue. We will continue till 1 o'clock. Then we're going to take a half an hour adjournment, and then we're going to sit this afternoon till we're done with this witness.
I had,
So you can continue.
my lord,
You can continue even if it's a new aspect. We will take a half an hour adjournment from 1 o'clock till 1:30. And then we will start again, and then we're going to sit this afternoon for as long as is necessary.
my lord, I have a request that if we adjourn now, then we start at 1:30. It's 1:30.
No,
It's 12:30.
no, we're going on now. I've already said what I'm going to do. We will adjourn at 1, and I'll give you the reason for it. If I adjourn now, I'm not going to adjourn for an hour today. I'm going to shorten the lunch break. But if I adjourn now, the accused food will not be here yet. Then I'm going to be asked in chambers, but can we delay? Can we delay? I won't allow any further delays. Council wants to get to the point, we can get through it quicker. But today I'm going to sit. You better prepare yourself. It might be late. You can continue. We'll take the break at 1 o'clock.
The part that I wanted to start now, my lord, needs copies. I wanted to ask the register to prepare me those copies.
What copies? Of what?
The copies of the witness to have a copy
Of what?
of the,
Copies of what?
of the document.
Of what document?
I'm going to be questioning her about.
Which documents are we referring to?
It's A53.
I don't have of course I don't have access to the police docket, so I don't know what you're talking about. Is it an exhibit before the court?
Yes. No, not yet, my lord. But it comes from the docket.
So I'm sure they will have more than one copy, because all your colleagues will have copies. There are 2 prosecutors, and I don't know how many policemen there are on the investigation team. I saw somewhere there's a team. So there will be multiple copies. So the original can come up to me if you're going to hand it up. And one of the parties there can give the witness a copy if the witness needs to follow. And in future, if counsel wants to refer to a document and you want us to assist, don't ask me during court hours. And I know that I've taken a lot of your time this morning, because I asked you to be here early. because we need to discuss some logistics, which I may or may not make an announcement about later, subject to confirmation from our office. So yes, there was some running around this morning, but let's see, A56.
A53, my lord.
53.
Yes.
A53 from your docket. I'll be happy to take a copy now if needs be. Can it be so difficult to find a document?
I'm sorry, but there is I-53, I-53B.
I'm just trying to determine exactly what my learned colleague is referring to. Is it the J88? Medical examination, because that's
whom?
A53.
Of whom?
Of the witness before court, my lord.
So it looks like a J88. I can see the sketches on the back of the document that Ms. Nkabai has. So just get me a copy. Why are you taking so long? Or do you want me to adjourn? It looks to me as you're playing for time so that I can adjourn.
No, my lord. No, my lord. We're just trying to determine and establish if we are referring to the same document. I think it's the A53.
So just get me the document. Right. A53. Ms. Nkabai, I just want to check. I've got the original here. It was done by Dr. C.G. De Wet, 12th of March, 2024. This is the front page. Don't know whether that's examination. What does this have to do with the J88, the front page that I have here? What does Detective Sergeant Bovana's consent have to do with the medical legal examination?
My lord, actually nothing, but that's how it was received, that's how it was filed in the document.
Are you going to make reference to this document on the face of A53? It's a SAP 30 something. Because it doesn't seem to have any reference to the J88. Don't even know whether it has anything to do with this case. Which document are you going to refer to, Ms. Kabai?
My lord, examination in a case, that is the heading. But
Well,
when we go down, second paragraph.
I don't know whether this has anything to do with this J88. It's not identified as such.
But that's the way my lord will receive it.
Well, I'm not sure. I can tell you that the J88. It's the first time I see this document on a J88. This is abduction and stuff to the police. Because it refers to a Langebaan case. And not the Saldana case 24 of 3, 2024 that we. What do you want to refer to here, Ms. Nkabai?
I want to refer the witness to the injuries that.
So we don't need this front page, it's got nothing
No,
to do with
not
it.
at all, my lord.
Yeah, can somebody just take, I don't know how people prepare. So, yes, so we have the J88, so let's go straight to the injuries then. The examination seems to be done on the 15th of March, 2024 by a Dr. C.G. de Wet. And it was done at Vredenburg Hospital at approximately 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Thank you.
Where is that? Just to get some context. Because I recall the times on Exhibit 1. Can you remember you were taken the same day you were with Captain Sylvia, you were taken to Vredenburg Hospital?
En die onthou dieselfde dag wat u met kapitein Sylvia was, dat u na Vredenburg Hospitaal geneem was.
Ik weet daarvan, my lord.
I know that, my lord.
And it seems to be earlier that day because you were there with her later, 6 o'clock, around about 6. Can you recall that?
En u onthou sy polisie kan dit nou.
That's correct, my
So
lord.
you're now going to be asked questions about the medical report that the doctor filled in.
U gaan 'n vraag gevra word oor die mediese verslag wat die dokter sou ingevul het.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Miss Lombard, after your arrest,
Na u arrestasie,
is there anything that happened to you while in custody that necessitated you to be taken for medical examination?
het enigiets met u gebeur toe u in hegtenis was wat veroorsaak het dat u moet mediese onderzoek kry, hulp kry
As het nou die tyd in die gevangenis gewees het.
in gevangenis, ja.
On that day,
Op die dag,
the 15th of March,
15 van Maart,
it is the day that you were sent to, you were taken by a Constable George, it seems, from this report,
waar u weer
to Vredenburg Hospital.
de Constable George geneem het na Vredenburg Hospitaal.
And the doctor noted it was not as a result of an assault. He says no assault, routine examination.
Dit was ter wille van enige aanvaling, net 'n routine ondersoek.
That's correct,
Can you
my
recall
lord.
that? Now the question is, between the time, and we now know it was approximately the 13th and the 15th, were there any reason for the police to take you to hospital because of injuries you sustained?
Tussen die 13 en 15 het enige iets gebeur wat toe dat die polisie u moet neem na van mediese ondersoek. Enige iets plaasgevind.
Nee, my lord.
No.
Thank you. I will want you to go to, there are no pages in this,
You want to go to
but
page,
to the
you want to
diagram.
go to page 4 of 6 or 6 of 6?
The one, my lord, that is marked injuries, that is showing the injuries. This page.
Yeah, but that must be read with, it must be read with section F on page 4 of 6. Six of 6 have the anatomy of a body and it's marked, but it doesn't give you the full narration of the marks, and that's found under section F of the J88. It's been like this for the last number of years.
Okay.
My Lord,
Used to be very different.
ik kon op mij bij, ik val op mij bij, maar er was voor mij borsten geweest. De borst was vol melk en toen ga ik naar het hospitaal toe.
Now I remember it was for my breast, because they were quite full. I had to go to the hospital.
So, Ms. Nkabai, I don't want to,
I've got one.
if I look at if, there were no new injuries, right? There were old scars, etc. But if it is not about this case, which on what the witness says, if I have to accept that, do we really have to go into this?
With due respect, I ask the court to be patient with me. I'm only going to have 3 questions to this witness regarding this.
So get
On point.
So get to the questions on point, as you say.
I want us to go to the diagrams. You are not a doctor, but you just you said the reason why you were taken to the hospital is because your breasts were full.
He said the reason why I went to the hospital was forward.
That's correct, my Lord.
Correct?
Were you examined on that issue, the issue of full breasts?
Was he onderzoek en veranderd in borst?
Ik heb voor die dokter geweest van mijn borst wat vol is. Toen zei die dokter van mij af mij op medicatie zit.
I showed the doctor my breast which were full, and the doctor said,
Voor medicatie.
put me on medication.
Oh, en ik basering zit hij.
And I don't have any injuries.
Okay. Can we quickly go to page 6 of the same document?
Says one says, 7 to be 6 or 6.
In that diagram were shown injuries
Hierdie diagram is
on the right and left arm.
Daar's beserings aangedui op die linker en regterarm.
My Lord, my apologies, but it is clearly noted as old scars, not injuries.
I've told Ms. Kabai there, she says he's got 3 questions. I've heard the first statement. Let's wait for the questions.
My learned colleague and the report here is referring to the injuries in this J88 as old injuries. I'll accept that for now.
My father is really old, I wonder for now.
Now the injuries that are shown at page 6 of 6. How did you sustain those injuries?
Beserings wat aangedui is op hierdie bladsy, hoe dit bekom.
Die dokter heeft voor mij gezegd, ik moet me uittrekken en dan moet ik van wijs waar ik sieren heb. Toen zei hij, nee, maar ik heb de sieren, toen vraag me van die nokken, toen mijn arm zit, toen zei ik voor maar dat is ook nokken. Toen zei hij, nee, maar ik kan zien dat is ook nokken.
The doctor said I must undress my lord to see if there's any injuries. Then I asked about the knocks as the witness would say. Then I told the doctor it's old knocks, and then he also confirmed I can see that they were old knocks.
I've heard about the age of the knocks, and my question is not about the age. My question is to when did you sustain those injuries that you say they were old?
Wanneer het dit gekry?
Dat is lang terug wat ik die nok op mijn arm zet.
It's a long time that I'm having these knocks on my arm, my lord.
How long was that? 2 years? 3 years?
3 years.
time you are reciting at your brother's place, you sustained these injuries.
Die tyd toe u met die boer gebly het u die beserings gekry
And
opgedoen.
you are saying the year was 2018.
En die sê die jaar was 2018 gewees.
That's correct.
And how did you sustain them? What
But-
happened to you for
but
you
it-
to sustain these
Hierdie
injuries on your
beserings
arms?
gemaak, wat het dit veroorsaak?
Hoe so?
Wat het die beserings gemaak? Hoe dit veroorsaak? Wat het dit veroorsaak?
Ik heb geval,
Hy fell,
toevallig in een bottel,
hy fell
een
into a
glas.
bottle, glass,
I fell on the bottle in
Hello.
2018.
glass bottle in 2018.
Okay. If my learned colleagues can help me with 822. 822.
822.
It's another J88, my lord. It's J88 of Stephen of Andrew.
Well. How can she comment on a J88 of Stevena van Rijn?
He's not going to comment on that, my lord. But the injuries that are marked, that are marked on Stevino, they are similar.
But how can this witness answer to that? She told you the injuries on her body, and these are not injuries, these are scars. They all on the left arm. One was on the outside of the arm, there's one here on the inside of the arm, and one of the three, there were three total scars on the left arm. One was actually a burn mark. There were two cuts, and the other was an old burn mark, like I would have on my front, my arms,
Can I perhaps?
sometimes. But how can this witness comment about injuries on somebody else? Explain to me why it would be admissible. Because she will give an opinion on something that A, she's not qualified on, and B, she wasn't asked whether she saw any injuries on his body. Leave that for when you get to that point, and I suspect on what I've been told in the plea explanations that we will most probably go into trials within trials, but then the doctor can come and testify. But I'm not going to allow those questions to this witness.
As the court pleases, my lord.
Yes. Shall I mark this as an exhibit? Because it's got no evidentiary value in this case. You want me to mark it as an exhibit?
Yes, my lord.
Okay, we'll just try and grow the record. Where were we last? X, so this will be Y. Y with a long leg. Thank you.
My lord, the time is 1.
It's 1 o'clock. We're going to adjourn till 1:30. We shall resume at 1:30. The court will adjourn.
Oh, here's it.
brackets, me, Kelly, Buddha, and Stevino
myself, Kelly, Buta, and Stefano,
spoke, and everyone agreed to not tell the police.
het gepraat en allemaal toe ingestemd dat ons die politie gaan zeggen.
We decided that Kelly will report the disappearance, but we will not tell the police anything.
Ons het toe besluit dat zij die politie gaan inlig in verband met die verdwijning, maar gaan de politie niks zeggen.
You keep on telling the court that you spoke, that you agreed. But I don't hear the words, I don't know the speech. What is it that you were saying, you were talking about? You spoke.
U sê u het gepraat, want wat het u gepraat? Wat was die woorde wat gebruik was? As u sê u het gepraat.
Ons het praat oor Joshlin, ons gaan niemand sê waar dit Kelly met Joshlin gemaakt heeft.
We are speaking about Joshlin, my lord. Our decision was not going to tell anyone as to what Kelly did with Joshlin.
Put to you that
Wie het dit
my child was never in a discussion of that sort.
my claim was nie in so gesprek.
Stefano was bij geweest.
Stefano was present, my lord.
Further put to you that you are dragging his name because you are angry that he suspected that Ayanda is involved in the disappearance of Joshlin.
De reden waarom u hom bytrek by die saak is omdat u ontevrede is, aangezien hy by Ayanda verdink dat hy betrokken is in die verdwijning van Joshlin.
Dat is niet waar, nee.
That's not correct. That's not true, my lord.
Let's go to number 49.
49.
In paragraph number 49,
In paragraaf nummer 49,
you are saying
he said,
Stevino also said that he is okay with the 1,000 that he will get.
Stefano said, hy was tevreden met die 1000 wat hy sou kry.
Oh, okay.
In 1200.
I put to you that you are lying.
Stel het aan u, mas u praat leens.
Stevino was never offered any money.
Geen geld as aan Stefano gehad.
Stevino was not present in the meeting.
Stefano was ook nie hy gewees.
Stefano was daar geweest en hij heeft zo gezegd.
Stefano was there and he did say that.
Yes.
Let's go to paragraph 56.
56.
86. I'm at paragraph
My learned
56, my lord.
has covered that.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the things are covered by my learned colleague.
Yeah, the microwave stories and the all of that's been covered. In fact, there's not much in dispute that he came there with the items and they tried to sell it, but that was in the afternoon.
But on that part of microwave, my lord, you told this court that
U het vir hierop gesê,
on the morning of the 19th,
Die oggend van die 19de,
Buddha
Boeta
told you
het u gesê
that you must keep Joshlin ready for 2 o'clock.
jy moet vir Joshlin gereed op vir 2 uur.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg?
Yes, correct, my lord.
That's correct.
If what you are saying is true,
As dit wat u sê die waarheid is,
why did you leave Kelly's place before that too?
hoekom het u van Kelly se self gegaan voor 2 uur?
Why did you also allow Stevino and Buddha to go and sell the microwave?
Hoekom het u toegelaat dat Stefano en Boeta die microwave gaan verkoop?
Dat was Stefano's plan geweest om die microwave, ik heb Boeta gevraagd van die microwave, Boeta niet samen omloop met die microwave drauf kopen.
It was Stefano's plan to ask Boeta when Boeta accompanied him to go and sell this microwave.
You told this court that you were given a mandate, a duty, that you must make sure that Joshlin is ready by 2 p.m.
U het vir die hof gesê u was 'n plig gegee. Jy het gegee dat hulle hier Joshlin reg hou vir 2 uur.
As per your evidence, you are the first one who started to leave.
Volgens
Go
die
to
getuienis is die eerste een wat weg is.
After that, you were standing at the back of your house. You saw Stevino and Mr. Apollos carrying the microwave, going to sell it.
Nadat die agter jy hier gestaan, jy sien die van skuldige nommer 1 en nommer 2 met die microfoon aan verkoop.
My question is, why did you all leave if you were mandated to keep Joshlin ready for 2 o'clock?
My vraag is, hoekom sou julle dan weggaan as julle 'n werk op 'n plig gegee was, 'n mandaat gegee was dat Joshlin gereed gehou word vir 2 uur. Hoekom is julle toe weg, maar julle die plig was gegee aan julle?
Ik is eerste huis toe, Boeta en Stefano was laatste achter geweest.
I, the first to leave to my house, Boeta and Stefano was the last.
I won't get an answer from you.
Ek gaan nie antwoord van die kry nie.
I won't pursue this question.
Ek gaan dit verder nie.
Now, you testified that
U het getuig,
you called Buddha
u het
to call one of his children
dat
to
die een
check,
van sy kinders
your children who were sleeping at that time.
om te gaan kyk vir die kinders wat nog geslaap het daai tyd.
Is that correct?
Dit reg so?
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Further testify that you went yourself now to check whether your children
Verder getuig toe eers toe u is nou self weg, we gaan kyk vir die kinders.
on your arrival in your house, Joshlin also came.
Toe u by u huis aankom, toe kom Joshlin ook daaraan.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg?
Dat is correct, my lord.
You told this court that you prepared Joshlin sandwich in your 204. It's food in your evidence in chief. It doesn't make any big difference. You prepared Joshlin food.
U het toe iets gekry op plaas om te eet, kos. Ete.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes.
And this was Monday.
Dit sou maandag is.
Dat is correct.
It was a Monday during midday.
Dat was maandag namiddag. Wat hier in de namiddag.
Dat was voormiddag geweest. En wie toe laat was het geweest. Nee.
Before midday, my lord.
Thank
I don't know how
That
what the
time,
time was, my lord.
thank you. That time, you already knew that she is wanted for her eyes.
Op daardie tyd het ek al geweet al, sy was gesoek vir haar oë.
Nog niet.
Was nodig, not as yet.
In your evidence in chief, it was the last part.
En hoofgetuige was die laaste deel.
You testified that
U het geteken,
these people
Hierdie mense
who wanted Joshlin.
wat vir Joshlin wou gehad het,
They wanted Joshlin for her eyes and for her skin.
hulle het Joshlin benodig vir haar oë en vir haar vel.
Yes.
My Lord, the evidence was specific that it was the Friday of that week that that discussion happened in Kelly's house. That was the first time that she saw her. Again there, this discussion happened in the house. It was the Friday.
I'm trying to find.
It was Friday the 23rd of February.
I'm trying to find the place in the evidence. Yeah. Friday, the 23rd of February, 2021, I spoke to Kelly. Prosecutor is correct, Mr. Kabai. It was that Friday, the 23rd. That happened. And it was only Kelly inside. And some of the other things that was said is that she knows what she did with Joshlin, but there's somebody that pays her quiet. Use the Afrikaans words directly in inverted commas. Rens, daar is iemand wat haar betaal om stil te bly.
Thank you, my Lord.
And that's where the items came.
I will just quickly rephrase my question. You testify that you prepared food for Joshlin.
U het gesê, ek het ook gesê, u het ete vir Joshlin voorberei, gemaak,
That's correct.
right?
Every time you were preparing food for her, you have already accepted the offer of 1,000 rand.
Die tyd toe u vir kos maak, of iets vir ete maak, het u klaar hierdie 1000 rand so aanvang, van hierdie wat u so aangebied wat aanvaar.
That's correct.
How did you manage to look at her, to even prepare food for her, knowing very well that she's your ticket to 1,000 rand?
Hoe kon u na kyk wat kos ete regmaak, waar u wel weet, sy is nie die kaartjie na vir 1000 rand. Sy is slagoffer van die 1000 rand.
Ik heb er van de maag had dit dat doen niet.
I took it, the mother wasn't going to do that for her.
I'm not asking about the mother.
Probably from the money.
Stop being evasive. I'm asking about you.
The prophet niet van jezelf.
Het hij antwoord doen.
I don't have an answer.
With the name of the court, my lord. The affidavit.
And I want to go to the statements that we made copies for you.
This is my lord. With the name of the court, my lord, I beg you to hand in.
Certainly.
Page 78.
I'm first going to have a judicial peek at the affidavits. I have a concern in the back of my mind that I first want to see what's in it. It was A5, it seems, in the inquiry file, because it has that number as well. I'm not going to mark it yet. My concern is that I just want to have a quick peek at it, because I need to consider whether the minor child needs assistance and or protection when I deal with a statement. So remember, once it's handed in, this is a public document, the court record and the exhibits. So I need to consider, how do I deal with it to protect the minor child? Hence, I'm first looking through it so that I can decide which order I need to make. We're going to go to the Saturday issue. We're going to deal with the Saturday issue in this statement.
Yes, my lord.
That Mr. Arams also dealt with. All right, I had a brief look at it. These are copies. I'm going to admit it as Exhibit Z. And the first one that's marked A6 will be Z1. Second one marked A78 will be marked Z2 for the record. Just before you refer to a specific part of the affidavit in the questioning, just preface it by telling me where you're going, so that I can see whether I need to intervene or not. These two exhibits will not be open to the public until such time that I rule otherwise. So it will be kept in my exhibit file in a separate envelope that will, after every use by myself, it will be stapled close. And I make this order as I believe it's in the best interest of the minor child currently, under the current circumstances, to do that. I might consider, in the event that there are specific applications as to the disclosure, to apply my discretion to first provide the minor child with legal representation before I disclose the affidavits. Obviously, if it goes on appeal, that process will follow. But for now, I'm just going to keep it away from the public eye. Council have seen it. All the role players here could see it. Thank you, Mr. Kampai.
Is that thank you releasing me from the stand?
I'm sorry?
Is that thank you releasing me from the stand? Or am I still proceed?
Yeah, no, you may proceed, but just when you go to the statement, more particularly the one that we didn't deal with yesterday, for example, there's some personal information given of the minor child, unless it's absolutely necessary that we don't go into unnecessary detail. Currently, we were told that the child is with family members. I suspect it's not in Saldanha. he will definitely be in school. These proceedings are televised and widely publicized, sometimes responsibly, other times not. I have a duty. I have a duty to the minor child to protect the child's rights and the interests. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we don't want any of the issues that get to the school or the school playground that affect the child negatively. So let us just be sensitive about it when we deal with it. I don't know exactly which parts you're going to, so I want to veto you if necessary.
Thank you, my lord. I think I've covered.
You
the
just
parts.
wanted here for if you need it later.
Yes, my lord.
Thank you so much. Then I will do the necessary when we adjourn this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Papa.
Not unless there's something the court wants me to.
No, I just
touch on
wanted to check. It's being covered by Mr. Haramso also yesterday. Now, I was thinking about that point. Couldn't help to see that in this affidavit that he made, he also refers to the stock theft, the chicken theft incident, and he puts it on a Saturday. You put it on the Sunday. Are you sure it happened on the Sunday and
That's
not
correct, my
the
lord.
Saturday? I couldn't help to see when I looked at this statement now, and I had a brief look, I could see who took the statement. Because I was thinking about it, either on the weekend or overnight. And it bothered me. It was Captain Lombard that took the statement from him, from Requin.
So, my lord,
It was Captain Lombard
Captain Lombard the person that
that took the statement from Requin. Now, I don't know what evidence is going to come out. I don't know whether they followed up with this stock theft police officer about the Tuesday, the Saturday or the Sunday.
Met die stel van wonders opgevallen was, wat mondelijk zaterdag op zondag zo plaatsgevonden heeft.
So I just wanted to check with you whether you might have thought about it and realized that he could have made a mistake.
Ik heb net gedink, hier moet ons mondelijk maar rapport gemaakt hebben. Daarom moet ik vragen of je zeker is dat het zondag op zaterdag was.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Sivnarayan. Now we need to adjust the microphone. So we're going to proceed with the cross-examination now on behalf of Kelly. Now, Ms. Lombard, I suspect there will be less questions because a lot of questions were already covered by the other two legal practitioners. Mr. Sivnarayan represents Kelly.
Die prokureur opstaan als verantwoordelijk Kelly.
Listen to the question.
Je moet luisteren naar die vraag.
Tell us what you think. Tell us what you know.
Niet speculeren of zeggen wat iemand toch.
It's important for both yourself and for Mr. Civil Rights client.
Als bijbelang voor u en voor de cliënt van meneer Sidney.
I'm going to remind you again.
Gaan we u hier herinneren.
If your evidence is correct,
Als uw getuigenis goed is.
the accused, but particularly Ms. Smith, faces life imprisonment.
Die beschuldigde voornamelijk voor Smith staat levenslang.
If you don't listen to the questions,
Als u luistert naar de vragen,
and ultimately it affects your credibility,
dit kan ook uw geloofwaardigheid.
it might also affect my decision at the end of the case,
Dit zal ook niet mijn besluit zal worden aan het einde van de zaak.
whether to discharge you from the charges and grant you the indemnity.
Of u vrijwaring kan krijgen op uw klachten.
I don't want you to panic about it.
Wil je moet paniekerig worden?
Relax,
Je moet een beetje ontspannen,
listen,
luister,
think.
denk.
If you're tired, tell us. I know the advocates are tired already.
Als u moe is, moet je het erop zeggen. En weet die andere partij, de advocaat is al moe gaan.
But let's see how best we can manage it.
We gaan kijken hoe het beste kan als met die woord gaan.
You understand it, John?
Staan?
That's right, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Civil.
Thank you, my lord. Before I proceed, may I just approach my client?
Certainly.
Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted to the court. Ma'am, can you recall when you met accused number 3?
Kan u onthou wanneer u besluit nummer 3 ontmoette?
Dat was geweest. Ik kan niet specifiek zeggen wat de maand was het geweest, wat de jaren, maar ik weet, ik ken haar als meer dan een jaar.
I won't be able to specifically give you a month or which year, but what I can tell the court, I know for more than a year.
And you got to know her when you moved to the area where she resided.
Ieder kom je kent to in een area en kom je waar zij woonachtig is.
That's correct, my lord.
Correct?
And how would you describe your relationship with accused number 3?
Hoe zal u deze verhouding met besluit nummer 3 beschrijven?
Dat was alright geweest, ik en zijn verhouding was alright. Zijn vriendschap.
Our friendship and our relationship was good. That's alright.
Maar als tussentijd was het is een keer een strijd onder elkaar.
But now and then we will have misunderstanding amongst ourselves. Quarrel.
You would go to her house on a daily basis.
U zal naar huis toe gaan op dagelijkse basis.
Dat is correct, en in de aan zal ik er naartoe gaan.
That's correct, and at night I would go there.
Would you say that the two of you were best friends?
Kan u sê, u en sy was goeie vriende, beste vriende?
Nie beste vrienden, my lord, maar ons, hij was vrienden geweest.
Not best is what you say, my lord, but we were friends.
Did you join any other person as much as you joined accused number 3?
Het die enige persoon nou gegaan soos wat iemand nou beschuldigd nummer 3 toe gaan?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes.
Would you share things with accused number 3? Personal information about yourself?
Sal u persoonlijke inligting van uzelf met beschuldigd nummer 3 deel?
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's right.
Your relationship Or should I say you trusted her?
U het haar vertrou?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
And same, she trusted you.
En sy het vir u vertrou.
That's correct, my lord.
Right?
What would happen if, say for instance, either one of you were fortunate enough for some money to end up in one of your hands? What would happen in that process? What would the two of you do?
Can you repeat?
In the event that one of you were fortunate enough to have some money,
Sê byvoorbeeld een van julle sou gelukkig wees om geld te hê.
would you inform Kelly about it as soon as you received any money?
Sal u vir Kelly daarvan meedeel sodra u geld sou kry?
Nee, my lord.
No.
And if Kelly happened to have some money, would she tell you about it?
As sy Kelly enige geld sou hê, sal sy vir u daarvan sê?
Dat sy sal met sy manne altyd dink.
She would tell me, but not always.
Accused number 3 instructs me that the two of you had a very close bond and that you all did most things together.
Skuldige nommer 3 sê dat julle baie goed oor die weg gekom het, jy het meestal goed saam gedoen.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
I'm also instructed that at any stage, if either one of you had money, you all would spend it together.
Sy verder is dat as enige een van julle sou geld hê, sy of u, julle sou die geld saam spandeer, gebruik.
That's correct, my lord.
I'm instructed that if my client immediately upon receiving money would come to you and it would be shared and you would do the same.
Sy sê verder dat as jy byvoorbeeld dan som geld kon kry, sy sê onmiddellik na u toe kom, dan sou julle dit deel. Sy sou dit doen, u sou dit ook gedoen het.
That's correct, my lord.
So you all had a very good relationship.
So jy het 'n baie goeie verhouding gehad.
Nie inderdaad, maar ons is nie saam dat dit is 'n goeie relationship gehad met mekaar.
But not always, my lord, but most of the time they had a good relationship.
And even though you may have had your fallouts, you'll always trusted each other.
Alhoewel julle so nou en dan geveggies gehad het julle mekaar vertrou.
That's correct, my lord.
And in this time that you knew accused number 3, how was she towards you?
Gedurende die tyd wat u beskuldige nommer 3 geken het, hoe was sy teenoor u?
Sy was glimlag met my gewees, sy was gesiaas met my, sy was baie vrolijke vrou gewees.
Very friendly, she would smile, speak to me, a very friendly lady.
And she was always smiling and friendly with you.
Sy het altyd geglimlag en sy was vriendelik met u gewees.
Nee, my lord.
No?
Except now for the on and off tips that you had.
Behalwe hierdie
I take it that the statement is in general terms.
That's correct, my lord.
Op die algemeen was sy so gewees, maar sy het ook haar ups and downs.
in general she was like that, but as witness says in her own words, but she also has her ups and downs.
Yes, and she was always pleasant towards you. She always assisted you with food.
Sy was 'n plesierige ou persoon met u gewees, altyd vir u gehelp met ete.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
How often would you approach her for food?
Hoeveel keer sou u vir vra?
Gereeld.
Hoe gereeld het u vir gevra vir ete?
Daar was baie tyd dat ek na huis toe gegaan het en na Jan was so dronk gewees en na Jan was om skop wat ek na huis toe gegaan. Dat sy altyd met kinders gegee een van my ook om te eet. Ons geef my slaapplek of so.
There were lots of times, my Lord, when I would go to a house for something to eat for me and my kids. Also, when I would be drunk and rude, I would go to a place and sleep over.
And each time you approached her, she was happy to assist you.
Elke keer as u naar toe gaan of haar benader, sal sy help sy vir u.
Dis nog nie altyd dat sy skellig vir my uit, as sy gaat vir my help.
Not always, because she also sometimes also speak to me or refuse. Then she says she won't help me. She would sometimes swear at me.
But most times she would.
That's correct, my
Meestal
Lord.
van die moet sy sê.
Now, from your evidence,
Vanaf u se getuienis,
each time you tried to converse with accused number 3, she was very rude to her.
elke keer as u probeer om met bestuurder nommer 3 te praat, was sy baie onbeskop met u gewees. Was sy baie onbeskop met u gewees. Volgens sy getuienis.
Kan u gou weer?
Can you please say again?
From your evidence,
Volgens u se getuienis,
the impression I gained, and from each time you posed a question or inquired something from accused number 3, she was very rude to her.
ek kan aanneem volgens die antwoorde dat bestuurder elke keer as sy met bestuurder nommer 3 wil praat, was sy baie onbeskop met u gewees.
That's correct, my Lord.
Do you know why she was being rude to you?
Weet u waarom sy onbeskop met u was?
Nee, my Lord.
No.
Was it not unusual for you?
Was dit nie ongewoon van u vir u nie?
Dat was gewoon, ik het gewoon geraken naar skellerie. Maar zeker dat het ernstig ook geraakt.
I became used to swearing. Sometimes I would also become upset.
But she didn't always speak to you like that.
Maar sy het toch met u later gepraat.
That's correct, my Lord.
That's right.
So what I'm asking you is, it was not odd for you that you did that on that day.
So wat ek vir u vra, dat was sy ongewoon dat sy wat?
Odd that she did that on that day.
Dat sy dit so gedoen het op daai dag nie.
That's correct, my Lord.
That's correct.
Can you think of a reason why she was being rude to you?
Kan u dink van 'n rede waarom sy onbeskop met u was?
Soos ek nou al die paar keer saam met hulle na company saam met haar en Boeta na company rustig ons gehoord daar, dan
As we would be in a company, myself here and Buddha smoking there,
dan het Boeta vir my altyd vir my een keer gesê
Buddha said to me once,
dat Kelly is jealous op my,
Kelly is jealous of me.
want sy bedink ek en Boeta jol.
She suspects that me and Buddha have something on.
Dis die rede hoekom sy so altyd so geskel het as ek daar naartoe gegaan het.
That was the reason she would swear something now and then when I'm going there to a place.
And this is what accused number 1 said.
As the discussion number 1 gesê het.
That's correct, my Lord.
When did this happen?
Wanneer het dit gebeur?
Dis lang terug, my Lord.
Long time back, my Lord.
And what did you do upon hearing something like that?
Nadat u dit verneem het, wat het u daarmee gedoen?
Ek het niks gedoen nie. Ek het nadat ek vir Boeta gevra, hoekom bedink jy vir my met hom?
I did nothing, my Lord. I just asked Buddha as to why would Kelly suspect me to him.
Yes, anything else?
Nog iets anders?
En daar was een dag geweest wat Ik en Boeta en Kelly, Kelly says gezeten en geroken.
There was one day when me, Puta, and Kelly were at their house smoking.
Maar ik heb gekomen naar Kelly toe om te gaan roken, want ik heb de lolly gehad.
I came to Kelly to have a smoke because I didn't have a lolly.
Toen ging ik Kelly een lolly voor mij.
Then Kelly gave me the lolly.
En ik gooide mijn tik in en ik rook toe.
I put my tip inside the lolly and I smoked.
En ik ging door Kelly ook.
I gave Kelly also.
Maar Boeta was ook aan die kamer geweest.
Puta was also in the room.
Toen zei Kelly voor Boeta.
Then Kelly said to Puta,
Nee, maar Boeta gaat niet krijgen van die tikkie.
he is not going to get from the tuck.
Toen zei ik voor Kelly, nee, maar dat is niet een mansmens company nie.
Say,
Dat is niet een mansmens company nie.
I said it's not a man's company,
Dat is een vrouwmens company.
it's a woman's company.
Toen Boeta kwaad geraakt.
Puta became upset, angry.
Toen Kelly voor Boeta uitgescheld.
Then she swore at him,
En ik
Kelly.
zei toen voor Kelly, nee, maar ik ga het voor Boeta geven. En Boeta nu samen met Milo gerookt.
Then I said, I'm not going to give Puta because Puta just smoked with Milo.
Toen zei Kelly voor mij,
Then Kelly said to me,
Rens, weet je wat?
you know what, Rens?
Dat is de relationship van ik en Boeta.
This relationship of me and Puta,
Dat is een rechte relationship.
it's not the right relationship.
Dat is een tikverhouding.
It's a tuck relationship
Wat dat heet.
that they had.
Yes, anything else?
You know, Ritano?
En dat ik achterkom daar, dan schel zijn Boeta.
Then I realized that she would swear at Puta.
Dan ik van probeer stop, niet zo schel voor Boeta nie.
Then I would try to stop her not to swear at him.
Nou,
Boeta.
vanaf dus is weer een reis aan elkaar geweest.
After that, we became right again.
She only fought or scolded Buddha. She never said anything to you.
She has net geskel met Puta. She heeft niks voor iets gezegd.
Ze toen mij zo altijd geschel als ik haar bij zou komen.
She would also scold at me sometimes when I go to her house.
What would she say?
What
What would she say?
Wat zou zij zeggen?
Dan zei ze mij, Rens, God, wat is het nou weer?
Then she would say, Rens, what is it again?
Dan vraag ik haar, hoekom praat je zo wild met mij?
Then I would ask her, so why would you speak so wild with me?
Dat is wel, als ik die in wil proberen, kan ik altijd zacht met haar.
I would speak to her very soft,
Dat ze niet moet schelen.
for her not to scold.
Maar ze schelde verder aan voor mij.
But she carried on scolding me.
Maar ik daar gewoon geraken naar schellerij.
I became used to her swearing or scolding.
Did you ever discuss this story or this accusation about you and accused one with accused number 3?
Het u al, of het u al ooit oor hierdie kwestie gepraat dat sy van u verdink, met beskuldig nummer 1, het u al oor daar gepraat al?
Nee, my lord.
No?
So as far as you are aware, she still believed that to be the truth.
Zover wat u kan onthou, het u nog gedink is die waarheid.
Dat is correct, my lord.
If possible, I'd like you to think back. Can you tell us when accused number 1 told you that?
Kan, als het moontlik is, kan u vir ons sê wanneer het beskuldig dit van u gesê het?
Ik kan niet nou specifiek denken wat de jaar wat het was geweest.
I can't specific think what year it was, my lord.
How long do you know accused number 3 for?
Hoe lang ken u beskuldig nummer 3?
Dat is wel nummer 3 keer met meer dan een jaar.
More than a year, my lord. As het tot die tyd toe jullie gearresteerd was, sy gearresteerd was en u gearresteerd was, want van die tyd toe jullie gearresteerd was, is het nou al jaar.
Dat is al een jaar. Nee, my lord, die tijd dat ik arresteerd is en zij arresteerd is nu, dus ken ik al reeds van in Kaputa.
When, during our arrest, both of us, my lord, they already knew her and Puta. Want wat er jaar het u vir ontmoet kan u onthou?
Ik kan nu niet doen, maar ik wil nog niet precies nog niet zeggen wat ze jaar is.
I can't remember, my lord. I don't want to say exactly what year it was.
Maybe we
It's
can-
fine.
We can go back to
My lord, I can ask a different question. It's fine. I'll still get what I want, my lord. This story that accused number 1 told you,
Hierdie storie wat beskuldige nommer 1 vir u toe vertel het.
could it have been a year before your arrest?
Kon dit 'n jaar wees voordat u gearresteer was?
That's correct, my lord.
So, for about a year or possibly a year, accused number 3 suspected you of having an affair with accused number 1.
Vir 'n tyd per so meer as 'n jaar. Sê u beskuldige nommer 3 het u vertel dat u 'n verhouding met beskuldige nommer 1 het.
That's correct, my lord.
And that's the reason why she used to be rude towards you.
Dit was die rede waarom sy so beskof so na met u was.
Dus ik kan niet zeggen dat is de reden in my lord, want sometimes daarbij komt dat skeld dat weet ik wat niet waar was skelling.
I won't say that would be the reason because sometimes when I arrive at her house, she would be scolding. I wouldn't know what the reason was for it and scolding.
But you agree with me that if she suspected you of having an affair with her boyfriend, she would be upset about it.
Maar dit stem u saam met my as sy wil verdink dat u 'n verhouding met haar kerel het, dan moet sy ontevrede daaroor wees.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
Did you ever fight with Buddha about that?
Het sy ooit gebaklei oor boete daaroor.
Ik kan niet, ik weet niet of ze al bekleed op hoe dat dat is.
I don't know whether did she fight with Buddha over that, my lord.
Did he tell you that she thought
Het hy al vir u gesê dat hulle daaroor behandel, dat hulle daaroor beklei het?
Nog niet, meneer.
Not yet, my lord.
So, this woman who suspects you of having an affair with her boyfriend would still be happy, smile, pleasant towards you, and assist you with food for your family and your children.
Hierdie dame wat u verdink dat u 'n verhouding met haar kerel het, is 'n persoon wat u weer sal help, glimlag as u ete nodig het.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
Now, what do you know about the relationship between accused 3 and accused number 1?
Wat ek ken is dat u die verhouding tussen beskuldige nommer 1 en beskuldige nommer 3.
Soos ek daar die paar tyd saamgekom het aan die pad daar,
For
kan
the
ek,
times when I met up with them,
het hulle stree gehad,
they would have their misunderstandings.
en er was aan die ander keer dat hulle weer right saam met mekaar gewees.
Sometimes they would be fine to each other,
Maar meestal die tyd wat ek nou waar gewees het saam met hulle,
but most of the times when I was there with them,
het hulle so gestree en geskeld vir mekaar.
they would quarrel and then swearing at each other
En dat was alles voor die kinders gewees ook.
in front of the kids sometimes.
When you say that they would always be doing this, how often was it on a daily basis? What would you say?
Hoe gereeld sou dit plaasvind? Was dit dagliks of hoe?
Soos ek altyd gesien het, was hierdie dag gewees, was baie min wyne wat hulle in die aand gestree het.
It would be during the day, my lord. It was quite very less that they would have a quarrel at night.
So you used to go there during the day as well.
Jy sal ook gedurende die dag daarheen gaan.
That's correct, my lord.
you know of these quarrels they had during the day? So you would be there when they have these quarrels.
Aangezien u kennis dra van hierdie gestry wat ons so het in die dag, sal u daar wees as hulle gedurende dag so
As hulle so stryd as ek in die dae daar so.
when they would have this quarrel, my Lord, quarrels, I would be there during the day.
Maar nie ja, ek het tyd as ek daar wil is as hulle skel.
But not every time when I'm there, that they have a quarrel.
Do you think the quarrels was because of your presence?
Dink u hierdie gestry sou wees terwyl van u teenwoordigheid?
Ek weet nou nie, my Lord.
I don't know, my Lord.
Ma'am, before I proceed with accused 1 and 3, you having such a relationship with accused number 3 at that time, did you not feel it was necessary for you to rectify the situation with her?
Aangezien u oor die weg oor besluit nummer 1 en 3, het u nie gedink op daardie stadium om hierdie ding reg te stel?
Eerder van nee, ek gaan net maar vergaan nie, want ek gaan nie waar kop toe vat nie, want ek weet hoe feit dit is nie so nie.
I decided I'm not going to ask her, I'm not going to take this up with her, because I know that is not true.
So you would rather just let her believe something that's untrue?
U laat haar maar glo vir iets wat nie waar is.
That's correct, my Lord.
That's right.
Now, you say you were present during these arguments between accused 1 and 3. What would they argue about?
He so said that we are so wees as hulle so stryd. Wat sal hulle oor stryd?
Soos ek gesê het, ek was altyd daar by Kelle gewees, dan Kelle miskien vir Boeta gevra om iets te doen, nou want Boeta nou nie dit doen vir haar nie, dan is Boeta stel na die vriende toe.
As I said, my Lord, I would always be there, but for example, if Kelly asks Boeta to do something for her, and he refuses, and then he would be in a hurry to go to friends.
En as ek altyd as ek gewerk het,
and when she's at work,
en sy kom huis toe en sy het geld,
and she comes home and she's got money,
dan moet sy haar hele geld vat en iets koop vir die huis, en dan moet sy nog van die ander geld nog kyk wat gaan sy nog maak met die ander geld.
she would take the money to buy something which is short in the house and see as to what will she do with the other money.
Maar as Boeta,
if Boeta
doen weer by iemand sy huis,
does a job maybe someone's house,
dan sal Boeta nie dink om iets te koop vir die huis nie.
you wouldn't think of buying anything for the house.
Dan die tyd wat Kelle ook altyd so geskel het vir Boeta.
That was the times when Kelly would also scold at Boeta.
What work do you know accused 1 to have been doing that time?
Watter werk van kennis wat beskuldig nommer 1 so gedoen het daar gedurende die tyd?
Hy het vir Ayanda gejaag by Kawas,
He assisted Ayana in the car wash,
en hy het so altyd die mense wat kon vra miskien die jaar toe te maak, dan sal hy miskien ook dit doen.
then when someone asked him to fence the person's yard, and then he would do that.
I sure accused number 1 assisted Ayanda at the car.
Is die seker dat beskuldig nommer 1 vir Ayana gehelp het met die car wash?
Boeta het vir Ayanda gejaag, en Kelly het ook altyd vir Ayanda gejaag.
Boeta assisted Ayanda, and Kelly also assisted Ayanda sometime.
And these fights, they used to have them from the time you met them.
Die getrede so plaas in die tyd toe u hulle ontmoet het.
That's correct, my Lord.
And how did you feel being present during all these fights?
Hoe het u gevoel as u teenwoordig is in gedurende hierdie gevegte of die gestryd?
Vir my was dit nie lekker gewees nie.
It wasn't nice to me,
But you still went there every day.
maar u is toch daar gewees elke dag.
That's correct, my Lord.
Now, ma'am, you say on Sunday, the 18th of February 2024, it was just around 9 o'clock that you went to accuse three's home.
He said it was a Saturday. You said a Saturday,
Sunday.
the Sunday. He said the Sondag in the was in the
Nee. Sondag die 18e.
Sondag die 18e is in beskuldig nummer 316.
That's correct.
Yes.
And just repeat the time because that wasn't.
Around 9 a.m.
9 uur die oggend is die beskuldig nummer 316.
That's correct, my lord.
Oh, before I get to that, ma'am, I just want to deal with another aspect. You told the court that the confession or the statement where you spoke to the lady with the grey hair and you explained to her what you knew.
Hy het vir haar gesê, hy het 'n bekentenis gegee in verband met die 204 verklaring wat hy aan die dame.
You recall that?
En nou hy
Die vrou meneer Grijzagen.
With the white or the grey hair, the lady you made a statement to.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, you also told us that there were mistakes in there.
hy het ook gesê, hy was foute.
That's correct, my lord.
Mr. Sidnarain, I know we're not going to finish with you today, even if we sit till 7 o'clock. So, can we add another half an hour till 15:30? It'll give us an extra hour for the day that we've made up.
My Lord, in fact, I am getting to another aspect. In fact, it would be...
Because, no, I don't want to interrupt you. I can see where you're going.
Yes, sir.
But maybe, are you going to go to that statement now? And the absence of certain people's names, etc.
Yes, my Lord, but...
I don't want to take the adjournment now. I thought I will go on till 15:30, unless, of course, you're going to a totally new aspect. But maybe try and finalize this. And then maybe we should start half an hour earlier tomorrow, 8:30. If that suits the parties. So that we can finish this witness by 11 round about there, so we can go on with the next leg.
My Lord, I intend just dealing with a few aspects regarding the confession, and then I was going to get on to the events of the 18th and the 204. So I can just deal with the confession, my Lord, and then we can leave the balance.
So we deal with the confession part, and then we let the other two stand over. Let's make it 8:45, because I know some of our staff first have to get their breakfast and their lunch from the accommodation. We start a quarter of an hour and we try and steal another few minutes at lunchtime, so that if we go into what was planned, we now have both interpreters hopefully tomorrow available. So we have to double up, then we can do that better. And hopefully by Friday we could be through that process that we envisaged. Yes, we're going to push. And of course I've agreed with council that we're going to take Monday then to do all the arrangements to reschedule your cases and so forth, and we will start on Tuesday. So I'm just planning. I want to get to the end of the state's case at least by end of next week. And hopefully we can be end of the evidence by when the 2 weeks out. Let's see what we can do. But we're going to steal a few minutes here and there every day. I'll take it off your time. Yes, thank you, Mr. Sivner.
Thank you, my lord. Now, ma'am, you told us that there were a few reasons as to why whatever was contained in your statement that you made to the lady with the white or grey hair is not reliable. You agree?
Can you repeat that again?
You gave us 2 reasons as to why the statement you made to the lady with the white hair is not reliable.
U het 2 redes aan u opgevoer en verband met die verklaring wat u aan die vrou met die bedaar gegee het dat dit nie bewaardig is nie.
That's correct, my lord.
And those 2 were that, firstly, you did not trust the lady who was recording your statement.
Eerste rede was geweest, u was nie, het u die persoon vertrou wat u verklaring geneem het nie.
That's correct.
And the second one was that you were under the influence.
En die tweede is dat u onder die invloed was.
That's correct, my lord.
And you were then questioned, and it was confirmed that you had only taken or consumed any drugs maybe 2 or 3 days prior to that day.
U was toe vraag gevra en het uitgekom dat u 2-3 dae voor dit wel gebruik het.
That's correct.
Are both those reasons correct?
Is beide hierdie redes reg?
That's correct, my lord.
Is there any other reason why there may be errors or mistakes in that statement of yours?
Is daar enige ander rede wat u kan gee met in verband met die foute of hierdie verklaring van u?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Did you forget anything when you were making that statement?
Toe u die verklaring gegee het enige iets vergeet?
Kan ik op weer opnieuw mijn zes, please?
Can you tell that me again?
That statement that I'm referring to now, did you
Verklaring wat ek
forget
nou nog
anything?
verwys.
My lord, kan ik weer even een beetje aanstaan in mijn kop en een beetje bijslag?
You want to finish this?
My lord, it's fine. We can stop here. I can proceed tomorrow.
But I know where you're going. I think I know where you're going.
Yes, my lord. There may be
And-
more to it afterwards, depending.
And do you want the witness to have the time overnight to think about it? Or do you want to finish the cross-examination on that point? The witness can be excused for a while to take a breath,
U kan
have a glass of water.
U kan 'n breekie vat.
Let's take a few minutes for the witness, but let's.
Your worship, my lord, I beg
It's
your
up to
pardon.
it's up to you, Mr. Sevenarine. But I know what's in that statement. I've read it.
My lord,
I
perhaps we
also
can-
know what's not there. And I suspect I know where you're going. And it's not the first time, when it came to crunch time, that the witness became unwell. So I'm going to ask the medics here, ask to have a look at the witness, see what her condition is. If we can come back, we're going to come back.
My lord, perhaps you can just answer this question and
I don't know, and I don't want to draw conclusions either. But I'm not going to have my court time being manipulated. Not by counsel, not by witnesses, by nobody. So I'm going to give an opportunity for the witness. Because I actually have Exhibit R open in front of me. The moment you started going there, I knew you were going to go for the jugular before the end of the day. So let's see what the situation is. Do you get a message? This one.
I can hear sounds like trees moving. Something like blood.
8:45 tomorrow morning then.
As God please.
Are both of the witness preparation officers in there now?
It's the court preparation officer and it's the interpreter. That's the one and the registrar. I didn't see the registrar.
No, I saw my registrar also running that. Counsel for the defense can unfortunately not speak to the witness. But I will speak to the witness in the morning. If by this evening you determine that the witness is unable to be here tomorrow, then we will proceed with other witnesses. So I was told that we might go into trials within trials as from tomorrow. The council must prepare on that. I think it only affects 2 of the accused, as was indicated. Mr. Siebenrein will be in a bit of a rest, so that we can start with that. I suspect now, Ms. Wanapel, seeing that I've got a bit of time, I suspect from the cross-examination earlier that there might be medical evidence, or at least J88s. So you can discuss when we go into the trials within trials, because Ms. Nkabai was going to use a J88 of accused number 2, and I stopped her, so now I know it's there. But I also know that if it's doctors from the state hospital, the time is tight, so that we plan around that.
That is actually whilst the court is now raising that issue. We did receive email communication that all of the doctors involved in this matter are outside of the country even. So I was hoping that we could resolve
Well, no, there's another way of doing it. There's nothing that I'm aware of that prevent you taking a witness's evidence virtually. You cannot have a virtual trial of an accused in a criminal court subject to how you interpret the in the presence of. But having a witness testify virtually, there's nothing wrong with it. So if that's the case, alert my registrar to when and how you plan. We will then create the invite on Teams, create the link, and we'll do a hybrid in court here. And now we know we can project the image of the laptop onto the screen over there, and I can have my laptop here on the bench, and all of you can have your laptops open, and we can all follow the evidence. So it's not a train smash. But I don't want to be told, now that we've done all the legwork since last night, and me telling counsel, but unfortunately you're going to cancel this, that, and the following. that we can then have a delay, because everybody's been inconvenienced, including myself. And so let's do that. Case number 1, Mr. Paulus, Mr. van der Reyn, Malmesbury Correctional Center, and Ms. Smith, Langebaan. I really wanted to push in the afternoon, but unfortunately, we cannot go on without a witness. Prepare yourself for longer hours in the days coming. Bring it up. The court will adjourn.